Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the fair use doctrine as defined by 17 USC 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
breaking in 55 minutes for that meeting. Still on drill, sir. Do we have transcripts for the witness?
Yep. There's two of them. The shorter one is the second clip.
And then there's a third clip with a third packet.
Then there'll be a third one. Do you want to hand up the third one now, Judge?
No.
Yeah, it was just like, you know, man, he's so sick. I mean, I felt bad all night.
Judge, jury, enter the courtroom.
We're going to get started. There will be a little bit of a break in our action this morning because I have a previous commitment at 11 o'clock, so we are going to work until we can't anymore. It's my understanding that some of you are interested in the weekend football. It's been relayed, duly noted, and I'm going to do everything I can to make certain you watch the little football. All right, we're back on Lieutenant.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Judge. All right, Lieutenant, just a few questions here to kind of set us back up. We finished with clip 3 yesterday, correct?
Correct.
We're getting ready to do clip 4. There is a transcript for clip 4, the longer one that everyone has. Then there's also a shorter transcript, correct? That's below it. That would be clip 5. Okay. And we'll go right into that one. This clip 4 starts off after you guys got back from the river. Is that correct?
Yes.
This clip, and just before I'll just play it through here, but is there a new version of what happened to Danielle in this lecture? Is the version revised a little bit?
Yes, it's, he did mention that the shooting was accidental at this point.
Okay. The first version of shooting Danielle was why?
Because he didn't want the baby.
Okay. And we'll start this one here.
Do some soul searching, Brandon. Do some soul searching.
Okay, so yeah, you gotta speak up. You say you do what?
I told y'all earlier. Okay. The one you love to plan is just something that has been heated up over just well, it's and I something behind me. I told her I don't like to do it like that. And me and her were talking. Something happened again. Just let me show you.
Okay.
Never mind attempt to do it.
Okay, where did you put the baby? That's what I want to know.
I pushed it. And when I tell her I had to go all the way down. Come on, I threw the force all the way down when I pushed it. I threw the gun, I didn't see what it meant. I threw the gun, I took off, I slipped. Went up that door. So I had the blood on me. I kept back in the car. I followed the car, I just called one corner right down the street. Till I got in front of me.
So you pushed the baby, you slid the baby. How close was she to the water when you pushed it? You want to look at how close she was to the water?
I was understand how close she was because I was trying to leave you. I was trying to do what I was planning on doing.
Okay, when you pushed her, what was the car seat at?
She was in it.
Okay, she was inside the car seat, strapped in, she was sleeping, right? Okay,
When he says she's inside the car seat, you know what?
that she wasn't in the car seat. Did you set the car seat down and push it? How did you push it? With your hands or with your feet? Push it like that? Okay. And it slid.
And then when it was slide,
Huh?
and then when it was slide, I grabbed the gun in my pocket and I threw it. Then took off.
So you don't know how close she was? Brandon. You know what you did, man. I know what you did. You know what you did. It's obvious, bro. It's obvious. Let me explain something to you, okay? And I'm gonna put this in a way for you to understand, okay? Right now, your future depends on how people are gonna see you from here on out, right? That's not true. And I'm explaining to you, okay?
Everybody don't want to keep it.
Let me explain something to you. Listen to me, Brandon, okay? Let me explain this to you, okay? Have you gone out drinking, like to the club, stuff like that before? Have you been out before?
I don't drink this stuff, so
Okay. But you've been out. You've been around people like in a crowd and stuff before, right? Okay. But let me explain to you this, okay? And this is how this works when it comes to people seeing you, okay? You see this ball right here, right? Now, let's say that you're holding this ball, and you got your favorite drink in there, right? You stand in the crowd. Now, somebody bumps into you and knocks their drink down. Right? Now, there's one or two things that can happen. The guy who knocks their drink down, he could say, damn, my bad, man, I was having a bad day, I was having a bad moment, I'm sorry I knocked this drink out of your hand. I know it's your favorite drink, I fucked up, my bad. Right? Or, that same guy can bump into you and say, man, I really could give two fucks about your fucking drink and I don't fucking care. The fuck you have that drink, and keep walking. Right? Which one of those people look the worst? The one that tell you go fuck yourself, I don't care about this fucking drink, right? Now, I'm gonna ask you something. Which one of them people you think you look like right now? Now, with that being said, keep that in mind, Brandon. You already told us everything else. You understand what I'm telling you? Just tell us the truth about the baby. Just tell us what you did. You threw her in the room? Okay, did you watch her go into the water? Brandon.
It was a slightly hard push.
Brandon, let me tell you something, okay? You had to walk over rocks and get down to the water's edge, didn't you?
I think I was like 3/4 of the way there. I didn't walk all the way to it.
Let me tell you something, Brandon. Those rocks are boulders. You have to navigate through those on the walk. It ain't shit sliding down that thing. Now, you can tell me several times that you slid her down there. Physically impossible. Physically impossible. That Chelsea. It's physically impossible to slide down there. Now, do you want to be the fucking dickhead that knocks a motherfucking drink down and say, you know what, fuck you in that drink. I'm gonna keep fucking pushing. Or you want to be the guy that say, hey, I fucked up, I had a bad fucking day, my bad, brother, let me get you another fucking drink. I'm sorry. You want to be the fuck you guy? You want to be like, fuck you, this and that? Okay, so you want to be the one that's, hey, my bad, I apologize. I knocked your drink down, I fucked up. That was my bad. Well, this is your opportunity. This is your opportunity, Brandon. Did you put her in the water, Brandon?
I didn't place her in the water.
How did she get into the water?
She was along the river line. She was by the water. She wasn't.
But you slid her, right?
On the water.
Let me reenact. Did you navigate the rocks?
I walked over the rocks. Along the river line.
Okay, so you got her close enough to the water, right? That you got her close enough that if you push, just a little push, she was going to go in. Is that what you're saying? So you pushed her in the water.
She was placed along the river line. She was touching
Brandon. And she wasn't touching the water until you did what? Brandon, there's sand right there. You ain't sliding shit right there. Listen to what I'm telling you.
I didn't slide.
So you put her in the water.
I walked over it. I put it right there on the river line. Then I threw it down. I walked into the
Bullshit, Brandon.
I didn't place her down in the water.
Brandon. That didn't happen. The river ain't rose that much in a couple hours. Yeah. Anyway, now, I'm gonna tell you right now, with what you tell me right now, you telling me that you did it, but you're being a dickhole about it. You understand what I'm saying? We saw that out. You already told us that you did it. Don't be a fucking asshole about it. What would you do?
Placed her down in my water.
Did you place her in the water, Brandon? Did you place her in the water?
It was dark, so I think so.
Brandon, did you place her in the water?
I think
Brandon,
I'm being
Brandon, it ain't that dark out there. You know one thing about that park? My father used to take me to that park, and we used to run our dog down
I
there.
worked the glasses, so I can't.
I do too. I have all my life. I got my contact lenses right now. I swear to God. I will give you. You started off with a lie, right? You started off lying. So you don't want to just look like a complete liar. So you want to want to make us feel like part of what you told us is the truth. But none of what you told us is the truth. You have started telling the truth. Complete the circle, Brandon. Complete it.
99% of the truth is still what?
No, 99% of the truth?
Still a lie.
Right, so 1% is a lie. The truth is the truth, and there's got to be 100%. If you leave out one portion, you're lying. How did she get in the water?
Place it down there.
How did she get in the water?
Place it down there.
How did she get in
Who placed it in the water, Brandon? You put it in the water. Okay. Did you put it in the water or did you toss it into the water? You tossed it into the water. Did she float away or did she sink?
So let me ask you a question. Did she come out of that seat? So you threw her in the water. Huh?
Yes, sir.
You threw her in the water. So you don't know where she or the seat went, do you?
How far into the water did you throw her? It didn't go as far as it went.
Because
What could you clarify that for us? You said how far did she go in the water, the question was? Or how far in the water did you throw her, was the question?
He said it wasn't far. It didn't go as far as the gun.
Okay.
was she still in her car seat when she hit the water? She came out, right?
Okay. Did you hear the water splash, Brandon? When you threw her? Brandon, you threw her in the water. I didn't hear you. How do you know you threw her in the water? How do you know you threw her in the water? I don't know if I actually threw her in the water. Brandon threw her. I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm probably the only motherfucker that's not going to be an asshole to you. I'm just going to be fucking real with you. And you treat me like a fucking asshole. Don't do that, bro. Did you hear that lady hit the water? But you threw her into the water. Did you see her float away? Sit there. Hang on for a minute, okay? You need some right now? You said you want some water, man. You still want it? Okay.
But the norm, the family goes to ask if they want water and back and forth and stuff like that. Okay, that clip ends with, he says, or does he say that he accidentally shoots Danielle? It changes to accidentally shoots her.
They say he accidentally shot her. Because he heard something.
And then with respect to baby Kennedy, he says what?
He said he threw her in the car seat in the water. And she
Okay.
came out of the car seat.
Okay, we're gonna start, clip 5 here. Okay, bear with me for just a minute. The next one is a pretty short one, is that correct?
Yes.
Alright, look, when you pulled over there with Danielle
Danielle, after you left her, after you shot her, did you change clothes?
Right.
Where'd you change clothes at?
Well, I'm gonna take my jacket off and change shoes.
Where's your jacket, no shoes at?
The shoes, I think I'm gonna try to take it on.
So the jacket's at home? Where's home? Which place?
Cordova,
In Cordova? What address?
8702.
Where'd you put the jacket?
It's my house.
Hanging it over, doing crawling in the bottom. What's it look like?
Black and gray.
Black and gray?
Half black, half gray.
So, and that's what you had on when you shot her? Huh? Did any, why'd you take the jacket and the shoes off? So you just went home to change? What kind of shoes did you have on? Okay. And you put them where?
Clear, he says, what about the,
Is this before or after? That's at your house.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that for us?
He said he changed his jacket and his Adidas slide.
And where did he put the slides?
Slides was in the trunk of his car.
After that, when you went to change. Because I don't have a time on that one, but the time, so this white shirt, did you have it on about that shirt?
Yeah, I went in, I left it.
You left in that. So you changed everything.
I just took the jacket off and changed shoes.
I took the jacket off. So that white shirt you had on under the jacket, when you
You see that all
okay, so when you had the jacket zipped all the way up. Right. Hello. I got it. Okay. So the jacket hanging up in your closet. Did you tell anybody what you did? Okay, when them folks start threatening you, your mama asked you a question, right?
Want to clarify something, that's obviously a typo in the transcript there, that's you speaking and not Brandon Isabelle, correct?
Correct.
She said, why? What'd you tell her? You didn't tell her nothing. Is your mom at home right now? Huh? Does she work?
from home.
She works from home, so it's a good chance she's at home. Alright, let's look. You straight with her, man? Okay.
Okay, that concludes the fifth, and you have one more talk with him, is that correct?
Correct.
Instead, if we could distribute the last transcript.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you will take your documents and pass them down, we will give you a brand new set for the sixth and final clip, I believe. Mr. Christensen, sixth and final clip.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sorry. Everybody ready? What are we looking at here?
What we've done is taken his clothes and put them in a Tyvek suit.
Okay. And that is that Sergeant Carlisle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crime scene, I believe what crime scene.
Okay. And that's you standing in the doorway?
Yeah, and that's Sergeant Amos also in the room.
And this begins the last competition you have with him, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And why was that again? Why go through this? No, but you did it for a reason. What is the reason? I know the act itself is stupid. But what is the reason you committed this stupid act? No, you weren't thinking too fast. Tell me the truth. You didn't want the child. You didn't want the child, but that's why
I was wanting it, but I didn't want it.
no, it ain't no either. It's either or. It ain't the same thing. Either you want to pull the trigger or you don't want to pull the trigger. His kids growing up out here every day. When one of the parents left, they don't give a fuck about their child. Don't call the child, don't do shit for the child. And then the other parent, so through with their parents, they don't even put them on child support part of the time. They be like, fuck it, I don't need you. Me and my child will do just fine. If you don't want to be here, fuck you, go. But this is the solution that you come up with? Because you wouldn't have an abortion? Alright, so
Because I was trying to get them out before Danielle sent me this. I had to get them my address.
Why?
They'll never see.
why would you give them your address?
Because I wanted to bring all the fathers to her house.
But why would you give them your mama address? After you know what you just did. You know what you did. Everybody else at that time is speculating. They're thinking you did. But they don't know. But you do know. So why would you even give them your mama address?
Brandon, this shit that you lying about now at this point, this shit is stupid, bro. That nigga is man. I was trying to go over there to her house. And then I asked them on the phone with me, so I called back.
That ain't why you got your car.
They could ask me where I was. I was still at her house. I didn't want to give them her address, so I gave them mine. It was mine.
those slides in your car?
I'll leave it in my car.
Yeah, why don't you put them in the bag that you put them in, and leave them in your car, at her house? Why?
What does it say there about the slides in the bag?
To give it evidence.
So why are you going to get rid of the slides, though? Tell me why. Look like they had blood on them. Who blood? Oh, which one? Look like they had blood on the left. How did blood get on there? When you took her out of the car. When you took her out of the car, did you pull some of her extensions out? Yeah, you did. They was on the right. Well, how do extensions get on the right?
I honestly don't know. I actually grabbed my shirt before.
Do you one and a two? What was the gun when you grabbed her? You were left in your car. Where was your car parked when you were standing in her door?
In front
In front of her car. So you parked, she followed you over there, you stopped, she stopped behind you?
Then she turned around because it was the noise coming from my car. So she turned around to give me more light to the light on my phone. I couldn't really see what the noise was coming from. So she went down the street and turned around and pulled in front of my car.
Okay. Alright. And then so you held the door open on the passenger side.
And the door right in, and I got inside the car.
Okay.
And closed the door. We were sitting there conversating.
Okay. How long did y'all conversate?
About 5 minutes.
Okay, and then what happened?
My mom had called and asked her to meet in the store. So we were at the store.
Okay.
The store. That's where I was going to take her to. And she got on her mom. I was going to talk for about 2 more minutes.
No, don't do that. Tell me exactly what happened.
And the noises in the bushes, and she turned her head.
Were you sitting inside the car, or were you outside the car when you shot her?
Standing outside the car.
Did you distract her? You said something behind her?
No, I said, is there something behind me? She said, I don't hear nothing, but you got the gun on you anyways. She turned her head and looked out her window.
And that's when you started shooting. How many times?
I don't know what it is.
Give me the roundabout.
Clarify something. He said before he accidentally shot her, what did he say?
That he asked her if there was something behind him.
Behind him.
Right.
Okay.
4.
4 or 5. When you pulled her out of the car, did you shoot her again once you pulled her out?
So,
Did you pull her out of the car? Did you shoot her again once you pulled her out? You sure?
I just pulled out the car and I put the car off.
Because look, I really wasn't bullshitting you. That area really is monitored. Okay, so there's a bunch of glass right here, right? Her car is right here. How far we down there?
That's just a quick question, sorry to keep interrupting, but you've reviewed these questions, they indicate that you've reviewed a little bit of the crime scene that says within nearby?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could tell us a little bit about that before the next part.
So when I arrived over there on the scene, her car was parked away from the glass. You could tell where the glass had been shattered and stuff was thrown out. Her car was down a little bit where her body was.
Okay. And that's what you're getting into with it?
Yes.
Okay.
Went backwards. So I had to jump inside the car to stop it. And then, I don't know how it was in park. What I did, as I did, he started rolling backwards.
It started rolling backwards. How far would you say it rolled? No, she,
Did you know it's like manual? We got shift gears to drive it? It's not out there.
so after you jumped in and stopped the car, then what you do?
I got the baby, put the baby in my car. Pull her out, put the car out.
And then after you left, where'd you go? And then what?
Well, take my jacket off, shoot. I'll take the jacket off and change.
And what'd you do with the jacket? Where is it?
My closet, bro.
Is it hanging up or is it on the floor? And then what'd you do? And what'd you do?
Let me down there and do it, man. That's how you do our work. It's a long one.
You said that's when you went to Walgreens. And then you went where after you went to Walgreens?
Walmart.
You couldn't find a better way. Why? So this is the best plan you could come up with. This was the best plan you could come up with. So this is the plan you wanted to come up with. Well, why did you come up with this one then? There's literally 100 things you could have did. Other than this. Other than this. How permanent is this? This is permanent. Have we found that baby yet? How could you throw your child in the river?
Your other kid, you got a boy, right?
How old is he?
He's 5. He love you? You enjoy hugging him? Let me tell you something, man. I'm not going to be angry at you about that. I'm just going to tell you straight up. You don't have any daughters, do you? Anymore. Having a daughter, you'll never experience love like that, bro. Never. I got daughters. You'll never experience that type of love. It's time for you to just be fucking honest about everything. You need to lay it all out, man. If you moved in the car seat, if you did this, you did that, whatever it is that you did that you know that you're lying us about. I'm just telling you. This. I'm just telling you, man. See, but you keep saying it, but we keep finding out other shit. That's what you keep saying. I'm just telling you. Fuck, man. Is there anything else that you could think of? How did they just have you out there? They fell when I was killed. How did they fall? They flew out of here. It was hanging halfway off when I was killed. I guess it all went down here and flew off. How was it holding baby? Going down the hill. How did that work? I got kids, sorry. I was in the office. She was bouncing on the floor. So I doubt she was asleep. She wasn't sleeping, was she? Yeah, that's fine. She was sleeping. No way, girl. She was asleep. And she was asleep from the time I put it in my heart. She was sleeping all the time. You need anything right now? You need anything right now?
He said this is going to go on until we find this child. Did you throw that child in the river? Threw the child in the river. Stop lying to me. I know you weren't carrying a baby like this.
When I was walking down there, I did.
You had that baby by her leg.
When I tossed her, I did. I carried her down there and on.
Don't act like you was comforting that baby that you're about to throw in the river. But at that point, you don't give a fuck about that child. You carried that baby down there by her legs and did what?
I carried her down there and on.
Okay? You carried her down on. Now demonstrate how you put her in the river. How you tossed her in the river. Get up. Stand up. If you want. You got a baby right there. Okay?
She all had my arm. It was my fight.
Okay.
So I got down there, and that's her right by her bed.
And so you kind of side over.
So I did.
And then when I had that on,
My head fell off when I was driving down the hill. Thanks for getting.
but if you hold her like this, her head is pressed against your arm. How did it come off?
It was already coming up when I was getting out the car.
You don't let me work off that. Because you're going to eventually get to 100% of the truth. You're going to eventually tell me 100% of the truth. You're going to let me work off that for a while.
The hair was coming off as I was getting out the car. It was already falling off. I never stopped and put it in.
There was no need to, but he's going to throw it in the water anyway. Right? And you threw her like this or like this. You know why I keep asking you all these questions? You know? I talk to you why. Why I constantly asking you questions? Because we want to find this baby. We already got to the bottom of it. Before I ever met you, I knew why you did it. We still got to find this child. You threw this child in the water. You didn't drop off in an apartment complex. Because you didn't want the baby to survive and somebody traced her back to you. You said what? What's the reason?
What is he saying there?
He said at that point he did what he did to Danielle and he didn't want to be a single parent.
Okay.
What you mean? You just adopted all the time. You weren't going to be no single parent? What was the baby wearing? Well, you had the one in the car.
The hand was, I think it was the hand she got from the hospital. It was pink, white, blue, kind of striped hair.
Photograph here.
Somebody sent a picture of Mr. Parsley looking like nothing.
She had this on.
She left the hospital and she had it on.
Same modeling.
But this is the car seat.
One more question before pass the witness, Judge. This concludes the interview, correct?
Correct.
And this is about the 7-hour, 52-minute mark, correct?
Correct.
For the whole thing. But he sits in there for another 2 hours and 40 minutes before he's booked or whatever.
Before he's transported to 201, yes.
What do you guys, why does that take so long? What do you guys have to do?
So we got to write up the paperwork, got to write up the arrest ticket and charging documents, and then we have to call for a car. Once we call for a car, they're only going to send it once they have one in service, so sometimes it takes a while.
But during that 2 hours and 40 minutes, there's no more interview, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir. No further questions, go ahead.
This is a good breaking point for us. Take one, pass it down. I will be with you shortly. You're not to discuss anything with any minor, okay?
Jurors excused, leave your notebooks in the chair. Watch your step.
Lieutenant,
Correct.
you're under oath. Don't talk to anyone about your testimony, and I'll see you shortly for cross-examination.
Yes.
When you asked for the break earlier, is this the break you wanted, or did you need a break after you cross him?
No, we need the break before we cross.
Well, you got it. Thank you.
What's that on recess? jury in the courtroom.
Thank you. You may be seated. And we are beginning the cross-examination of Lieutenant Winbush. Go ahead, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
When, do you know when Mr. Isabelle was arrested?
Maybe sometime around, it was February 2nd, sometime that morning,
In the really early morning?
maybe.
And was he taken to homicide?
To my knowledge, should have been taken to homicide.
Were you at his house when he was arrested?
No.
That you came in to homicide though to talk with him?
Yes.
Okay. What time did you get to homicide?
Oh, that morning,
The wee hours of the morning or?
it was closer to maybe around 7 sometime that morning, something around there.
And while you were arriving, was he in that room in homicide waiting on you?
Should have been.
And I noticed his hands were cuffed, right?
Correct.
And there was a bench in that room, I would say, it was across the table from you and Officer Boyd, that he was on.
Yes.
The bench is about, didn't look to be very wide.
It had decent width.
It's
Wide.
made for comfort, isn't it?
Wide enough for him to lay on.
Good. And I noticed that his legs seemed to be shackled to the wall,
You know, shackled to the bench.
shackled to the bench.
Yes.
I just wondered why it was sticking out like that. Did he have room
To move?
It was right at the first, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he had moved, he had enough room to lay down.
And when you came in to talk with him, was, you were gonna ask him questions,
Correct.
interrogate him,
Interview?
interview him. Okay, that's a nicer word there.
Yes, but that's what I do.
Okay. And you want a person that you are interviewing to believe you.
Do I want them to believe me?
Mm-hmm. You want them to believe you're being straight with them.
It don't matter if they believe me or not, because they know.
That's, well, where, do you get any training in how to interview people?
I have not.
No training at all in any particular type of technique?
I mean, I guess you could say the course of my career is training, but to go to a certain school, I've never did.
On the job training?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the REID technique, R-E-I-D?
Yes, I've heard of it.
Okay, and that's a method of interrogation, is it not?
From what I've heard, but I've never had that training.
But you've never studied it at all?
No.
Okay. Well, when you're asking Brandon questions, what are you looking for? Are you looking for a confession?
When I'm,
That's your purpose, that to get him to confess?
the purpose is to get him to tell me what happened.
Okay. And that, in your view, is to confess?
It depends on what happened.
Okay. And does that mean that you have him tell you what happened, or do you tell him what happened?
It's a conversation between the person and I.
I'm sorry, man.
It's a conversation between the person and I, so in that case, it would be a conversation between Brandon and I.
And that conversation, are you looking for
Fact.
truth?
Obviously looking for the truth.
Well, did you already know the truth?
Some of it,
When you started, we'll go back to the first. When you started, did you already know the truth?
no.
He was told that you knew what happened,
Of course.
of course. Okay. So when you told him that you already knew what happened, you wanted him to believe that.
Well, when I told him I knew what happened, I didn't know if he would believe it or not.
Okay, but that was your purpose in telling him that. You wanted him to believe that you already knew what had happened, and you were giving him a chance to say it.
Yes.
Okay. But that wasn't true, was it?
Not all. I didn't know everything that happened, no.
And when you started talking with him, I noticed you gave him his advice of rights.
Correct.
Was he being cooperative?
Yes.
Okay. And you read his advice of rights, or had him read it?
Yes.
And what did his advice of rights basically say?
That he could talk to us if he wants to, and if he don't, he doesn't have to.
Okay. But he didn't have to waive his rights to talk with you.
If I was going to ask accusatory questions, yes, he had to raise his wife.
But I mean, he had the choice. He could say, no.
Yeah, if he had the choice.
But he didn't do that, did he?
He did not.
Talk with you.
He did.
And when you wanted to search his phone, you would have had to get a warrant to search that phone, wouldn't you?
Correct.
But he told you, I can see it, go ahead and search my phone.
Correct.
So he was being cooperative.
Yes, he was.
But he wasn't saying the things that you wanted him to say yet, was he?
Everything you said, I wanted him to say.
He wasn't saying the things that you guys were telling him.
What did we
You
tell
wanna
him?
go back through all these things? You know, when you say you threw him in the river, you did, how many times was he told he was lying?
A lot.
A lot. How many times was he told that you threw the baby in the river?
I haven't counted, but it was a lot.
There's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot there.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, let me rephrase that, because we asked him, did he toss the baby in the river? And once he said he did, then we reinstated that he did. But initially, we asked him, did he throw the baby in the river?
Boyd was in there with you, wasn't he?
Some of the time, yes.
Most of the time.
Most of the time.
He was coughing a lot. Was he sick?
I don't know.
It was during COVID, wasn't it? Yes.
I don't know
Yeah,
if he was,
it's COVID.
I don't know if he was sick. I don't think I'm his doctor.
And the last part of the advice of rights was that no promises or threats, no pressure or coercion
Correct.
was what? Was put on him to sign this waiver of rights?
Correct.
Well, why is that important?
Because he has to do it of his own free will.
Has to do it of his own free will. And if he's doing it of his own free will, what is it, more reliable?
No, it just means we didn't force him to do it.
Okay. means you didn't force him to. Why is that important?
Because if I force them to do it, then that's not within the law. I can't force them to do anything.
You're forcing somebody to do something that wouldn't be within the law.
Correct.
And it wouldn't produce reliable results.
The results still might be reliable.
Well, I noticed that at the time those advice of rights are given and signed, and when he's saying, I haven't been under any pressure or coercion or promises made or threats, well, the questioning hadn't started yet, had it?
It can't start until then.
Well, you did this right first when you're fixing to question a man on a homicide, right? You did the advice of rights first off.
Right, first, so we can ask questions.
Okay. So all that about him saying he wasn't coerced or threatened or made promises, that was before you ever questioned him.
Right.
And that's where the threats or promises or coercion, that's where the real danger is,
Not necessarily.
in the statement itself. That's an easy one.
I'm not sure I understand the question, but Judge, if you could maybe clarify.
Is there an objection?
The danger of the coercion.
Objection, I don't think the witness understood the question.
Let me repeat it, thank you. The danger of coercion coming into play and producing a statement that isn't reliable, that comes during questioning, doesn't it?
It could.
And what this advice of rights is for is to prepare him for the questioning, right?
Yes.
And to protect you.
Yes.
Well, why is it important that threats aren't used?
Say that again.
Why is it important that threats are not used?
Because if you threaten somebody, it's possible that they'll say it just to avoid the threat.
Pretty much right when this started, I noted that he was told he would be dodging dicks for the next 50 years. How was, if he didn't talk to you, he didn't tell you what you wanted to hear?
No, it wasn't said like that. No, it was, that statement was said, it wasn't said by me. But that statement was said.
It was said in your presence. We watched it up here, right?
Right.
Jury saw it, right?
Yeah, I said it was said.
Okay.
It just wasn't said by me.
Was that pressure?
It could be.
Would you agree that this is a fair statement? One of the things that people fear about prison is being raped. A man,
Reasonable people, I think, have that fear.
that's fear. And that's what he was told, he's gonna be dodging dicks. That's what was meant by that statement, was it not?
He said he could be.
He was told, was he not, that there were cameras out there. And there were some cameras, weren't
Yeah, cameras all over the city.
there? And the purpose of telling about those cameras was to make him believe he had been seen on camera.
Yes.
But there wasn't any cameras where you went to look for the baby, was
There were cameras there. I'm not sure if they were working.
there? Yeah, I believe it said earlier they weren't working. And so you wouldn't have seen him take the baby down to the river, would you?
No.
Because there wasn't a camera that was working there.
No, didn't see him take the baby down to the river.
But he was told that there was a camera,
He was.
and that wasn't true.
No, that was not true.
What about, on Levi and Sedgwick, where Danielle's car was?
Yes,
He was told there were cameras there,
yes.
but there weren't, was there?
I don't believe so.
So, in essence, you were telling him, we know what happened, there's cameras there. You gotta tell us this.
Yes,
And the this was, you told him what you wanted him to say.
I told him there was cameras there, so did I want him to say there were cameras there?
Was there any, and look, I'm gonna concede something right here. Yours was much better than Boyd's, okay? Yours, you weren't as bad as him.
This is a question.
But,
The
yeah,
objective, whatever.
Boyd was worse than you were in the question.
So when an objection is made, it is customary for you to wait for me to rule on said objection
Thank you.
after you've responded.
You're right.
So there's an objection,
This sounds like testimony and not a question, Judge.
and your response is,
I'm rewording it.
thank you and sustain.
It wasn't you that said, you'll be dodging dicks.
No, I didn't say that.
Was Mr. Isabelle told that people would be looking at him like he was an effing monster?
Yes.
How did they tell that? How did that further your investigation?
Asked him how he wanted to be viewed, if he wanted to be viewed like a monster or somebody with remorse.
Were there a lot of questions asked that didn't further the investigation as to who was responsible for the shootings and the debate?
Repeat.
Were there questions asked that weren't directed toward finding the baby? Or whether or not he committed these offenses?
Yeah, there were additional questions after.
Would it be fair to say that at times, Officer Boyd's questions and statements were a bit over the top?
I don't think so.
It's okay to tell him he's dodging dicks? It's okay to tell him that?
I mean, it's a reality that could be there.
So that would scare him,
It could.
and scare him into saying what you were, said you were to use the truth. But
To
you
scare
didn't.
him into telling us the truth, yes, it could.
How long did you guys question him?
It was several hours.
7 hours?
Several.
Several, more like 10?
No, I don't think it was 10.
Think about it a little bit.
Did we question him for 10 hours or was he there for 10 hours?
Well, okay, wasn't he there in that room for 10 hours?
For the most part, yeah, we did take him to the boat dock, so he wasn't in the room at that time. But yeah, but we had him somewhere around 10 hours.
And he had been in that room while he was waiting for you to arrive.
Yes.
Do you know of any interrogation that was done of him then?
No, there wasn't any.
And that would have, when he arrived, would have been the early morning hours of February 2nd?
Yeah, sometime around that time. Yeah, February 2nd.
Well, the reason I asked that, I'm trying to figure here, just assume that he got up at 8 o'clock in the morning. We can make it later if you want. Let's assume he got up at 8 o'clock. How many hours would he have been up when you were asking questions?
A long time.
A long time. Is a person able to be influenced more when they're tired like that? Influenced to tell your truth.
Influence to tell the truth.
The truth.
The truth. Not my truth, the truth.
Well, if that were so, I mean, I'm not trying to argue with you, but a little bit I am. Because he told you something at the very start, and you didn't accept it.
I didn't.
So it was your truth you were wanting to hear, not what he was saying.
I didn't want to hear what he said. I wanted to hear the truth. There's a difference.
How did you know the truth when you were starting this interrogation?
Because at that time, I knew Danielle was no longer with us. And he said he met her and that she left, and he didn't know where she was, which was not the truth.
You didn't know that at the time.
I did know that at that time.
You knew that he was responsible for it?
No, I didn't know he was responsible for it. I knew he knew that she was no longer with us.
Okay, all right. So you were trying to get him to say then that he was responsible for the person that was shot?
I was trying to get him to tell me the truth, whether he was responsible or somebody else was responsible.
And he was told that the only thing that could save him was to tell the truth.
He was told that.
Save him from what? All those 50 years of dicks?
Not necessarily. It could save him from whatever his imagination would come up with.
You weren't going to stop until you got him to say what you wanted to hear, or you?
I was going to stop once we found the baby until it was realized we weren't going to find the baby.
Did he get time to rest?
Yes.
When he got time to rest, was he on that little bench
Yes.
with his hands and feet shackled?
Yes.
Is it true that he wouldn't stop, the yelling at him was not going to stop until he said what you wanted to hear?
That's not true.
When was it going to stop?
How much yelling was done? We didn't yell at him the whole time.
Yelling at him the whole time?
I said we did not yell at him the whole time. Most of the time it was a simple conversation. There was a little yelling in there, and there was a little emphasis put in there, but it wasn't a constant yelling.
You weren't as bad about it as your partner was, boy,
Wasn't bad about what?
yelling.
Say that?
How tall are you?
6'3".
6'3",
Yeah,
way up there to be. And looked to be in pretty good shape,
decent,
physical shape.
decent.
Would you consider that you may be an intimidating presence?
Well, I don't know.
What about boys? You about the same size?
No, boy is a little smaller.
He's small. Small but loud.
Loud, yes.
Miss Isabelle kept saying that he left the baby at the river, and that wouldn't be what you want to hear, right?
We wanted the truth. Because from the moment he told us he took the baby to the river, we had people at the river searching for the baby.
And so you didn't accept that he had taken, I think it was at the gate, left the baby at the gate? Was that
A little bit past the gate.
a little bit past the gate?
That was what he originally said.
And was it you or Boyd that kept saying, did you put the baby in the water?
Initially, I think it's boy. I think so.
I believe you're right. So, what you were wanting to hear was where the baby was, I guess.
Yes, we wanted the truth about what he did with the baby.
Well, you eventually said, well, I took the baby down toward the river,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And then, was it Boyd that started saying, you put the baby in the water?
Well, I think that question came after he said he placed the baby near the water, and then we started trying to figure out, did it get placed in the water?
As did you hear the splash?
Yes, we did.
How many times did he say, you know you threw the baby in the river?
I don't know.
Much, right? Is he fair? So that's not really a question, that's an accusation, isn't it?
Correct.
And so is that what your truth was, that you all were looking for, as opposed to what he said? What you got him to say?
We were looking for the truth, not just what he said, because he said a lot of stuff that we know wasn't the truth.
And how would you know the truth when you weren't there?
Well, if you tell me that you did something and the person that you supposed to did it with at the time you say you did it is unalive, then I know that's not the truth.
Well, I'm trying to digest that just a little bit. It seemed the information that Mr. Isabelle gave you guys from the start was cooperated, right?
No.
He told you that that he got threatening text.
That he got what?
He got a threatening text.
Yes.
And he told you that he went to his mom with Orticia.
Yes.
And they gave the brother of Danielle Hoyle the address of her to his mother and father's house.
Yes.
And that was cooperated, wasn't
Yes.
it? And he told you that Orticia had a handgun,
Yes.
black and silver,
Yes.
Smith and Wesson, 40 cal.
I don't think he ever knew the caliber.
Okay, so you found it though, right?
Correct.
That was cooperated.
Yes,
Lion baseball bat,
yes,
machete type large blade in the car.
oh, I never saw that.
But anyway, those things were cooperated.
They were,
The fact that he went over to our thesis was corroborated.
it was,
The fact that he came back home was corroborated.
it was.
So, at that time, you already knew the truth. Is that right?
I knew part of it. I knew some truth.
I always heard half-truths were really dangerous things. Have you heard that?
That's why we kept going for the whole truth.
The baby's hat, was it found there at the butt ramp?
Yes,
Was it found before he said it was there?
yes, I think so.
That's right. Was it found before you told him it was found there?
Yes,
And after that is when he told you the baby's hat fell off at the back ramp.
yes,
What you told him, that it hadn't been found down there, and you knew it was his. You knew that it was the baby's.
I told him that first.
Well, when? That was going along pretty much toward the first one. I mean, I know there was a long, long time he was being questioned, so where in that chain
First, when
line?
we asked him what the baby was wearing, and we asked him about the hat. Is that what you're?
I just want trying to get some timelines down to find out what he told you, who told you that first. You know, if you told him, then he told you, or if he just told you pursuant to your investigation, asking questions, seeking the truth. No threats, coercion.
I don't recall specifically about that hat being, I know we talked about it, the hat was there, because he eventually said it fell off her head when he was running down there with her.
And the timeline he told you about, that was corroborated as well, wasn't it?
No,
By GPS?
no, that's when I told him I knew where he was at certain times. Because at the first time, I told him his timeline was off.
GPS, what, works on a phone? Is that what,
It can if GPS is on the phone.
so GPS shows where the phone is?
At least, yes, at least the phone.
And, where he told you he was consistent with the GPS, was it not?
Yes, some of them places.
I couldn't help but think that when I was watching this at the end, and even during it, then his head down like he was tired. Did you think he was tired during any of this?
No,
When I feel, my figures are it was about 32 hours if he got up at 8 in the morning the previous day. About 32 hours, is that about right? From 8 till 8:24, and then about till 2:30 or so the next day.
Don't know what time he got up.
So he hadn't been, I mean, he didn't have a lot of rest, did he?
I don't know.
You
I don't know how
he
much
was-
rest he had prior to coming in contact with me.
How do you know he told you that he threw the baby in the water? How do you know that's the truth versus he just wanted you to stop?
Oh, I still don't know if he ever threw the baby in the water.
Exactly. By this time, you'd already decided what the truth was. You already knew what you knew. You knew half the truth.
Half the truth about what?
Half the truth about whatever he was saying. You knew that things he had told you had been cooperating.
Some of it.
A lot of it. There were some missing parts, though, weren't there?
Yes.
And those missing parts is where this interrogation was zoomed in on, wasn't it?
Because we want to find the baby. Is that what you're referring to?
I'm referring to the Levi and Sedgwick scene, and I'm referring to the boat
So Levi said, you saying there's missing parts from that? Levi and Cedric, you're saying that there's missing parts from that scene? Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to get an understanding of your question.
My question is you already knew that he was responsible for shooting her?
Yes, after he admitted to shooting her.
That was on into the interrogation where you were asking him, right?
Yeah, it was on into it. Yes.
He'd already given you cooperating information. It was being cooperative before that.
He was.
All right, I'm going to move on from that area of question.
Okay.
You knew about Artesia. Did you not, while you were questioning him, the girlfriend?
What did I know of?
No, I mean,
You say
you knew about her.
Yeah, I knew about her.
And you knew that you were told she was upset.
Yes.
And she was upset about the situation that was going on with Brandon and his other women.
Yes.
And the women had been children by him.
Yes.
Right. And you knew that he was in love with her.
Yeah, I knew they was in a relationship. I can't say I knew he was in love with her.
Okay. All right. I know that during the interrogation, during the interview, he was told that sometimes we let emotions get the better of us. Why was he told that?
Because sometimes people let the emotions get the better of them.
And when they let those emotions get the better of them, they react.
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
Brandon said in an interview with you that he was trying to get his life situation to work. That's this drama that we were talking about earlier, right?
Okay.
And that he was in a divorce,
Yes.
child custody, child support,
Yes.
and females didn't want him.
Yes.
That was our teacher, Bonnie.
Yes.
he told you that this was nothing he planned on doing that day.
He did say that.
That he was thinking too fast and reacted.
He said that.
He also said, I believe, that it was not his intent to push the baby into the river.
He said that.
I think it was Officer Boyd that kept saying you threw the baby into the river, was it not?
I think we both had our moments where we said he threw or tossed the baby in the river.
And that's what we said at the start of this cross-examination. He was told that many, many times. You threw the baby in the river. No matter what he said, you threw the baby in the river. Right? He told you something else, he said he was a liar.
Right, so at the beginning we asked, did you? And once he said he put the baby down there by the river, that's when did you put the baby in the river started.
Is that when you'd been up 30 hours or 32?
I don't know how long he was up.
Don't you think that has something to do with the reliability of what you're being told?
No, not about I want to hear the truth.
Question's been asked and answered multiple
Your
times.
objection is asked and answered. Your response, Mr. Massey?
Yeah, I can move on.
Withdrawn, thank you.
I don't think it's been asked a lot of times, but I'll move on.
Say anything.
Thank you, sir. No further questions?
I just have a few. So what are you looking for when you have an interview with a defendant?
So once we start gathering facts that we can put against what we're being told, we're looking for the truth. We're looking for the truth that happened. So just like at the moment we had Brett and Isabelle and they're talking to him, we're trying to get the truth. We also felt like another person could have been involved, which is the reason we asked him repeatedly, who else did you tell? Did you do this by yourself? Who put you up to this? But we're trying to get the truth.
And when he gives you a story that's off, a little ridiculous, what do you usually do with that?
We keep going because we know that story is not true.
And do you have facts?
I already have facts that we could put against what he's saying. Without the facts, then we don't know.
So you confront him with facts?
Yes.
And when we're talking about the baby Kennedy down by the river, what did you know about the river when you started talking to him? What did y'all found by the river?
The baby's head.
And so is that why you confronted him about the river? And the
No,
baby?
actually, that's where he told us he took it. Prior to, we saw an image that looked like his car head over that way from, I think, our TCC camera. And that's why we were asking him down by there. And once he showed on the tablet that I had where he said he placed the baby, that's why we went to there to look for the baby.
And when you guys went down there, did you find the baby where he said he placed it?
No,
But you found what?
I had that was the baby was wearing.
So did you guys feel like it was a great leap of logic that he may have thrown the baby in the river?
Yeah, once getting down there and seeing how the terrain was, as we were walking down there during the daytime, people were slipping, so we didn't think logically at night during that time somebody walking down there would be able to go, so we felt like he probably tossed it from around about where the hat was, or maybe a little bit, a step or two past.
And do you look for things generally to corroborate, because Ms. Matthews was talking about corroboration, to corroborate what a suspect is telling you?
Yes.
And when he's telling you, I want to go to Levi Sedgwick, because what did you find at Levi Sedgwick?
Found Danielle's car along with Danielle.
And what had happened to Danielle?
Danielle had been murdered.
And what did you know about this defendant as it relates to Danielle that night?
That he was the last person that she met with. We knew that they met at the MAPCO. We knew that they left the MAPCO and went to that location.
Who was the first one to mention shooting Danielle?
He was. Brandon Isabelle, let me rephrase.
And do you remember what he told you about his gun?
Well, I know he said when he was explaining the story for the second time, and he said that he shot her, and we asked why. He said he didn't want the baby, and then he told us that he left the gun at Artisha's house. Once we did a search warrant on Artisha's house and we did not find the gun, so we knew that wasn't true, that he didn't leave the gun there. And then after questioning him some more about it, he eventually told us he threw it in the river.
And was the gun ever found?
No,
Was Baby Kennedy ever found?
no.
Do you know about any shell casings or any other evidence that was found at the
That was at the, on Sedgwick, yes. Shell casings were found there.
Was that consistent with anything that you guys found in his car that was at Stacy?
Yes, found a holster in his car, found another Glock magazine in his car.
But no gun?
No gun.
And these things we're talking about, are these what we call corroboration?
Yes,
To make sure that what he's telling you actually did occur?
yes.
And talking about his shoes, what did he tell you about his shoes that he was wearing?
He said he, after leaving Danielle and Sedgwick, he went home and changed clothes. Changed his jacket, changed his shoes, put his shoes in the trunk of his car and left his jacket hanging in his closet.
What did he say about what might be on the shoes?
He said he was leaving the shoes in the car because there was possible evidence that blood was on Danielle's blood. Was
And
on
what
the
did you find in his trunk at the car at Stacy?
The shoes he took off, slides, Adidas slides with the blood on it.
Where did he tell you he went after he said he threw Baby Kennedy in the river?
We went to Walgreens.
What did you find at Walgreens?
Found video of, well, no, didn't get the video of Walgreens. Found a receipt from Walgreens with things that he bought for Artisha.
What did he tell you he did with the things he bought for Artisha at Walgreens?
Took them to her house.
What did you find at her house?
The things he bought at Walgreens.
What did he tell you he did with the car seat that he took Baby Kennedy out of before he threw her in the river?
Took it to Walmart
Where
and
did you
left it by
find
the
it?
dumpster.
Sorry. What did you find at Walmart?
The car seat.
And is that what you're looking for generally, is corroboration of what he's saying and getting to the truth?
Yes.
Are you aware, Artisha was being interviewed at the same time, is that right?
Correct.
I think you said that. She was also being interviewed for a long, long time, right?
Correct.
Did she confess to murder?
No.
Thanks, sir. I have no message.
Mr. Massey?
Thank you, Your Honor. The last set of transcripts that we looked at, guides or aids for the interrogation and the interview that you were doing,
The last
sixth
one.
one,
The sixth one.
that was the last one, right?
Correct.
And that one, Mr. Isabelle said he accidentally shot Kennedy.
He did.
Was that the truth? You don't really know, do you?
Yeah. Because you don't accidentally shoot somebody multiple times.
Wow. I'm trying to understand how you know what the truth is.
By the
It-
things
it's
that he
consistent
said
with
that
the
we
truth?
corroborated.
But before, you said that he said, I shot her.
He did.
Okay. But at the end, he says he accidentally shot her.
Of course. And that's what he said at the end. But that's far from over.
So the of course, does that mean that whatever he says you expect is not true?
No. Can't say that because if I believe he said when he said he shot her, it's to be true. And that's true. After later on, he decided to say it was an accident, but he didn't say it the first time when he said he shot her.
Well, the statement appears to be the only direct proof that he shot her.
The statement of him saying he shot?
The statement, yeah. The rest of it circumstantial. Direct statement is him saying I shot her?
Yeah, he said he shot her.
Okay. And he tells you over here he accidentally shot her at the end.
Yeah. A few hours later, he said it was an accident.
Did you have a little bit of rest before this?
A little bit
From their bench?
on the bench, yes.
And we said, earlier in the questioning, that you told him a cap was at the river before he told you. And you found out that the cap was found at there, right?
We could have went that way, yes.
But you didn't find the baby down there.
No, we did not find the baby.
Other than at the end of 10 hours of questioning, 30-something hours of being up, him saying he threw the baby in the river, what proof do you have the baby was at the river?
Well, the cap that we found at the river had the same print of the gloves from the baby that was in the baby seat that we found at Walmart.
Well, do you know testing was done on the
I do not know.
that would let us know, would you think? The
He let us-
DNA, right?
He let us know.
Couple other questions, John.
Just have a couple things. He initially said that he shot Danielle because he didn't want the baby, right?
Correct.
Was that kind of early on in the interrogation?
Yes.
Then, some hours later, he says, what about shooting Danielle?
It was an accident.
It was an accident. That's later on, right?
Correct.
Accidentally shooting somebody is like way less bad than shooting someone intentionally, is that right?
Correct.
You guys didn't coerce him into improving his story a bit, right?
No.
He kind of came up with that on his own as time went on, is that right?
I think he came up with the whole thing as time went on.
I want to clarify one thing, because Mr. Massey was talking about 10 hours of questioning. You guys weren't questioning him for 10 hours.
Correct.
And I know it's not the Marriott, but he can sleep on the bench, and he was in fact sleeping on the bench, was he not?
Correct.
And at the end of that statement, because when we finished that sixth piece that we heard today, that was at about 7 minute, I can't remember, 7-something minute mark, right?
Yes.
The rest of the time on there, are you guys questioning any more after that?
No.
For those last couple hours, you're just sitting there waiting to be booked or whatever?
Waiting to be transported.
Okay. No further questions.
So there's a difference in saying, I shot somebody or I accidentally shot somebody.
Yeah. It's a
Okay.
difference.
So if I'm going to fire my gun out and I'm cleaning it and I walk by Miss Fuchs and I think it's unloaded and it didn't move and I shoot her, and you come and ask me, Mr. Massey, why'd you do it? How'd that happen? I shot her. I shot her. I did, right?
Right. I said, how did it happen though?
It's an accident. But I would have said I shot her first.
Would you?
So which one was it? Was it an
Would
accident
you
or was it I
say you
shot
shot her first? Most people I know, they say what the truth is first when they decide to tell it.
You guys didn't tell him the truth from the start, did you?
Why should we have to tell them the truth? Out of everybody out there, the only person who knows what happened is him. So he tells us the truth, right?
No other questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
And now we break. We get stretched, and you know it. Not talk about anything we did today. Johnson. If you need to stand up in the middle of this, it's perfectly fine. You don't have to sit for 4 hours straight and not stretch a bit. I do it, remember? So it's fine. I'll see you guys in a bit. Don't overdo it, and if you need coffee or water, let us know. You all may be seated. Ms. Fuchs, I checked on that situation you asked me about, and I was assured that there will be security in place in the building tomorrow. The Sheriff's Department is well aware about what we have going on, and they are going to take care of us as they have all week and each and every day.
Thank you.
It is now 12:33. Let's report back at 1:42. 1:42. See you then. Thank you.
What's that, recess?
all they've done is put a fan on it. Mr. Nancy asked if we can go to 9 or 10.
Fish it out?
welcome back. Feeling good? Cool. Good. Don't go to sleep on me if they start setting off these lights, all right? That's all I ask. State of Tennessee, please call your next witness.
The state calls Officer Ronald Blake.
Officer Blake, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face your and raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I swear.
Please have a seat. Watch your step. Go ahead, please.
Would you please state and spell your name for the jury?
My name is Ronald Blake. That is Ronald. Last name Blake.
And where are you employed?
With the Memphis Police Department. Do you want where I am now?
Where are you
or-
currently assigned?
Okay, I'm assigned to a Crump Station, Bravo shift.
And where were you assigned back on February 2nd of 2022?
I was assigned to Rain Station on Bravo shift.
And tell the jury what Bravo shift is.
That's at that time it was the 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. shift.
And what did you do when you were back at Rain Station as an officer? Were you a patrol officer?
Yes, I was a patrol officer.
Can you just tell the jury a little bit about what the responsibilities are of a patrol officer?
So our responsibilities, of course, are to patrol our neighborhoods. We have what are called wards, assigned wards, where we answer calls for service as well as do traffic enforcement and self-initiated activities to try to, curb crime and, serve our community.
So back on February 2nd of 2022, did you go out on a call at 5255 Elvis Presley Boulevard?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is located there?
A Walmart.
And do you remember about what time of day you responded?
I don't know the exact time, but I know it was in the afternoon, maybe between 1 and 2 p.m.
Was it getting toward the end of your shift?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you end up speaking with a citizen named Ralph Carter?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he direct you to something a little bit out of the ordinary at the Walmart?
Yes, he did. A baby car seat.
And where was that located?
It was on the west side of the building, the Walmart, which is like the rear of the business.
I'm going to hand you a USB drive and see if you recognize it.
Yes, ma'am.
When you responded to that call on that day, were you wearing a body-worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a clip from your body-worn camera?
Yes.
I'm going to ask that that be the next exhibit, Exhibit 115. May I have permission to publish?
Go ahead, please.
Officer Blake, what are we seeing?
That would be me exiting my squad car. And I believe that's Mr. Carter directed me to where the baby car seat was.
And where are we, as far as the Walmart, are we?
At that point, we're at the rear of the business, as I said, on the west side of the building.
And is Mr. Carter just explaining to you what he saw?
Yes, ma'am.
you doing right now?
At this point, I was trying to review because I think a picture was going around of the child that was missing, and there was a car seat that the child was sitting in. I was trying to compare the one that was in front of me to the one from the picture.
Did it appear to be similar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, first off, okay, we see some dumpsters here. Are those actually locked?
Yes.
And at some point while you're out on the scene, did it start raining?
Yes, ma'am.
And did somebody cover the car seat with plastic to protect it?
Yes.
And was that to protect it till crime scene came out?
That's correct.
And did crime scene make this scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And did they actually take possession of that car seat?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
Go ahead, please.
Any questions?
Thank you, sir. You may sit down. Please call your next witness.
We're on the state of Tennessee called Special Agent Michael Garner.
Special Agent Garner, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face your raise your right hand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat. Watch your step.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the jury?
My name is Michael Garner, Michael Garner.
Where do you work?
I'm employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, TBI.
Specifically, what is your job duty and job title?
I'm currently assigned to the Digital Forensics Squad. It's under the Cyber Crimes and Digital Evidence Unit with the TBI.
As a member of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, do you go by Special Agent?
Yes, that's correct.
Special Agent Garner, how long have you been with the TBI?
I got hired on with the TBI July of last year, so just over a year.
Prior to working with the TBI, where did you work?
I was employed with the Memphis Police Department. I was a detective with MPD for 20 years, and then I retired.
At the time you left MPD to go to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, what was your job assignment at MPD?
As I was a detective with the Digital Forensics Unit, so I did the exact same job with Memphis Police Department that I did with the TBI.
What does a digital forensics examiner do?
We receive evidence of anything that would have any kind of storage media on it. So DVRs, cell phones, GPS trackers. The majority of the work, though, is cell phones.
What type of educational background do you have to be a special agent with the TBI doing digital forensic examinations?
The TBI requires that you have a bachelor's degree. I have an associate's in information systems. I have a bachelor's in criminal justice, kind of minored in mechanical engineering. I haven't finished that one up yet. And I've got a master's in cybersecurity.
Do you have any other training or credential certifications as to your experience and knowledge as a digital forensics examiner?
Yes. As a digital forensics examiner, I hold a mobile device examiner certification from the National Computer Forensics Institute that's hosted by the U.S. Secret Service. I also hold a mobile device examiner certification from the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists. And I've got, those are my non-vendor training. The vendor training, I'm certified in the products that I use. So I have a certification in Celebrite as a Celebrite certified operator and Celebrite certified physical analyst, and Magnet Axiom and Graykey. Graykey is this hardware that does the extractions for us. So it holds certifications in every piece of hardware and software that we use in our office.
Are there any specialized schools that you've gone to?
The ISIS MDE and the NCFI MDE were specialized training. And then I just recently finished the NCFI basic computer evidence recovery training, and that was 5 weeks. And I just received that at the end of August.
You mentioned about a lot of the credentials that you have. Do you have to do anything to maintain those?
Yes. So most of the vendor training, their products update quite often, so you have to maintain your credentials. They expire every 2 years, and I keep my credentials maintained through the vendors. And then the other certifications require recertification every 3 years. And to recertify, I have to show that I've had a certain number of physical extractions from phones and a certain number of training hours, continuing education training. And I do that quarterly every year.
Are you up to date on your continuing education training?
Yes, sir, and probably a little ahead after this basic computer evidence recovery training.
About how many extractions of mobile devices do you think you performed in your career?
Over 1,000 since 2020.
What about more forensic, in-depth digital forensics using Celebrite or something like that? How many times do you think you've done that with a mobile device?
Almost every device. With each of the devices, the software only can operate at a certain level, and no software is the same. So if you're wanting to get the most evidence out of a device, you want to use it against all software, which is why I hold certifications with Magnet and Celebrite.
You're at this time in State of Tennessee with Tender Special Agent Michael Garner as an expert in the field of digital forensics.
No objection.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Special Agent Garner, I'd like to direct your attention back to February 2nd of 2022. Where were you working at that time?
I was with the Memphis Police Department Digital Forensics Squad at that time.
Were you working on that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
Did you have any involvement with the investigation of a case concerning the victims, Danielle Hoyle and Kennedy Hoyle?
I did, yes. The homicide sergeants brought down a device to the office. There were a couple of us in there, and I received an iPhone from an Artesia steward that I did the extraction. That was my initial involvement.
How do you do an extraction on a cell phone?
So one of the first things that we like to do is, if you've got the passcode, enter in the passcode, make sure that it opens the device. And then the software that we use, you can do kind of a rough, real quick extraction called a logical. Just plug it into a Celebrite and just pull it real quick. But to be real thorough, we use Gray Key and try and get a physical extraction. And that is just it's a little box that we go and we plug the device into. We make sure that the information that's pulled from the device is uncorrupted. And I say that because sometimes computers burn. We get problems with computers. And we check that through hash values. So when Gray Key does that extraction, it hashes that data. And then we just verify that hash hasn't changed. That what we got from the phone was actually what was on the phone.
And you mentioned there's different types of extractions. In this case, what type of extraction was performed?
On this case, I did a full file system on Artesia Stewart's phone.
Was that successful?
That was, yes.
You were talking about hash values. It generated a hash value as well?
Yes, sir.
Did you also receive an extraction in the form of Celebrite of another phone that had already been extracted by another investigator of the Memphis Police Department?
Yes. I had actually received what's called a UFED report. It's a Celebrite report that it took that raw data, which is all ones and zeros because the cell phone is a computer, and it translates it into human readable text so we can see what the device was doing, what was going on. And that UFED report, that's what I received.
And to your knowledge, who did that phone belong to?
Brandon Isabelle.
When you go through and look at a phone forensically, what type of data is in there?
Pull your phone out of your pocket. It's everything is there. Your calls, your texts, depending on the apps you have on your phone, your banking information, media. Sometimes you just hop on the web and watch YouTube. So everything is on that device, and we can see everything that the phone reports, we can see.
Does it also enable you to see even just things within the software, the system settings on the phone?
Yes.
May we approach for just a moment? I'm sorry.
Pardon me,
Yes, ma'am.
ladies and gentlemen.
What did you review specifically? What did you look at in those phones?
Initially, I was only asked to look at location information from Brandon and Isabel's phone, and then later was asked to review call logs between Brandon and Danielle, Brandon and Artesia, messages between Brandon and Danielle, Brandon and Artesia, and web history searches that were conducted on the phone.
In looking at all this data, did you generate a report in the form of a PowerPoint?
Yes, sir, I did.
And I requesting permission to approach to pass a document.
Go ahead, please.
Special Agent Garner, I passed you a document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
This was the document that originally created back in 2022 that contained the location information that was requested of me.
Is that the report we were just talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state asks that it be marked as State's Exhibit number 116.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the actual PowerPoint being entered. This is not a report, this is a PowerPoint. As a demonstrative exhibit, I have no objection, but to actually be entered as an exhibit, I think that it contains information that is more than just the report.
Your Honor, he testified that he looked at phones, found different data, and generated a report in the form of PowerPoint format that's been printed out. This is what he found in the phone based on his experience, and it's an expert report, Your Honor. It was provided to defense as well, and pursuant to the rules of evidence, the state is asking to admit this as into evidence as an expert report.
Overruled. I'll allow it, Exhibit 116. Expert report provided by Special Agent Garner.
Your going to be requesting permission to publish.
Go ahead, please.
I may also pass to the witness a digital laser pointer.
Is it gonna work today?
It should, Your Honor. I tested it a moment ago. And especially as you guard that top button, if you press and hold, that will be the digital laser pointer. The bottom two control the slides. Looking at this first slide, is this just the cover page of your report?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what about the second page?
This was just kind of the explanation of what was going to be following in the report. Sergeant Boyd had asked me to prepare the locations information just so he could review it, and that's all that is.
Moving forward to the third page.
So over this, the purpose of this presentation of my report to Sergeant Boyd is just kind of an overview of the homicide cases that was relayed to me. The explanation of the cell phone artifacts that I looked at to generate this report, and then the mapping of those artifacts that I retrieved from the phone itself.
What do we see here in this slide? Go ahead.
And from what Sergeant Boyd had informed me was that on February 1st, 2022, Danielle Hoyle was found by uniformed patrol officers while on patrol. She had been shot and was lying in the mud beside her car. That was the information that was given to me. The location of the incident was Levi Road, west of Sedgwick Road. And I took the location incidents based on the GPS of that reporting officer's PDA while writing the report. So it's not actually the homicide scene that you see pinned in my report, but where that officer was sitting while he was taking that report. And that's where I got that location information from. Sergeant Boyd had given me a search warrant that was signed for the extraction of iPhone 11 belonging to Brandon Isabelle. He actually provided that to Sergeant Bledsoe, not to me. Sergeant Bledsoe is in my office. The locations were exported from a Cellbrite UFDR report and was completed by the Memphis Police Department's Digital Forensic Unit. That was completed by Sergeant Bledsoe. I took that report to generate the locations. The time frame Sergeant Boyd asked for was midnight on February 1st, 2022 through February 2nd, 2022 at 7 a.m. That was the time frame he initially asked me for.
Is this a photograph of the area where the homicide occurred?
So that is the corner of Sedgwick and Levi Road. That's where the police, the patrol officer was sitting as he was taking that report. So that's the pin on my, that's from Google Earth. I placed a pin right there showing where the officer was sitting to, I guess, kind of anchor my report right there.
And to be clear, Special Agent Garner, throughout here, there's some Google Earth images, correct?
Correct.
Those are not aerial photographs taken on February 1st of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
They're
Yes, sir.
just photographs from Google to give a geographic reference?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is showing geographically where the homicide scene is, and that's what that red pin is?
That's that red pin, yes, sir.
And will we see that red pin kind of throughout your report?
Yes.
Moving forward, significant locations. What is this?
So the database that I looked at inside the phone is referred to as significant locations. This database is where the phone stores any kind of GPS location that it receives. The device is always trying to figure out where it is. It bases on its location and it compares it against a cell site list that it also downloads. So as you're moving across the city, it knows where you are, but it also compares you to the cell site list so it can find the closest available cellular network tower to provide you with the best service possible. It also can do some advertising ID stuff because the device is always looking to see where it is. And this database that I pulled the location from is that database, the most reliable location information from a phone, from an iPhone, I should say.
So can there be different types of location information on an iPhone?
Absolutely, yes.
But we're looking specifically at the one where it is communicating with the satellites to see where it is.
Yes.
Is that necessary for the phone to function properly with communicating with the towers?
If it wants to communicate properly, yes. And if your phone did not communicate properly, you would not buy it. So yes.
And so that's the data you're using here.
That is correct.
What is this?
So you can't really see this, but this is the device information. This is a screenshot from the UFDR report that I received from Sergeant Bledsoe. And what I did was just the device, the UDID, and then right down here, if we can move forward one. What's highlighted right there in that red circle is the device IMEI, the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. When I extracted the locations and I uploaded those locations into a piece of software called CellHawk, that's how that device was listed in that software. And I'm showing that the device that I had and that locations that I uploaded, they're from the same device.
So the IMEI, is that unique to every individual device?
Yes.
It's almost like a fingerprint.
It is the phone social security number. Yes.
And so that was the phone social security number or the phone IMEI for Brandon Isabelle's phone?
Yes, sir.
Now, on these next few slides, you have a few different maps created, correct?
Yes.
With dots on the map.
Yes.
Is that using that GPS location data from the phone where it's trying to communicate with the towers that you were talking about a minute ago?
Yes.
And to map it, did you have to use some type of application to make it all appear neat on a map?
Yes. So I exported the GPS locations from the UFDR report. It allowed me to create a report from itself. And then I could upload that report into a piece of software called CellHawk that would help me map that out.
If you were just looking at the location data in Celebrate and not upload it to CellHawk, what would you be looking at? Just a bunch of coordinates?
You would just see date, time, the IMEI, and a bunch of GPS latitude and longitudes. Yes.
So the CellHawk then plots those latitude and longitude coordinates and then labels them by time.
Correct.
So tell us what we're looking at here in this slide.
So right here, this from midnight to 7:55, I cut out a lot because the device did not move, and it was concentrated right there at the Regional One Health downtown Memphis. And this little call out right here, that's at 7:55. That's just showing that the device has finally left that cluster of dots and is leaving that area. That's the only reason that call out is right there.
Regional 1, that's a place that some people call the Med, right?
The Med, that's the hospital, yes, trauma center.
So when we're looking at these dots, right, they're kind of all over the map in certain areas, right? But there's really a cluster there at the Med.
Yes.
What does it mean when you see a darker clustering of dots?
So those are just the dots that are overlaying each other, just compounded. So the lighter the dot, there's probably just one marker there, but the darker, the more overlay of the dots.
Just dots are just stacking on top of each other, getting
Yes.
darker.
Yes.
And then I think you kind of pointed this out a second ago, but the box you have down there at the bottom, I think there's a yellow dot that the arrow of the box is pointing to.
Yes.
Is that showing us a particular location at a particular time?
Correct. Yes.
What's the significance of that particular box on that dot?
That's just that at 7:55, that device was no longer within this cluster of dots. So just carrying your eye that the device is leaving that area.
It's on the move.
It is moving, yes.
Moving to the next slide, what are we looking at here?
So this is the route overview for the next time frame, which we'll see on the next slide. But that green, that's the start. That's the hospital downtown, the Med. And then where the device stops, out East Memphis at near Poplar and Estate. So just tracking your eyes that it started here and then comes down and across Interstate 240 back up to Poplar. So we're just kind of help your eyes know where the device started and where it ended.
So in drawing this line, are you tracing the location dots as they're going down the road?
The software is, yes.
Okay. And so this is the route that the phone took.
That's correct.
To get from the green triangle, the starting point of the Med, to the red octagon stop sign looking symbol there out east.
Yes.
What do we have here?
So this was this is the area where the red stop sign was, where the device stopped. And so it left the downtown area at 7:55, and at 8:17, between 8:17 and 11:02 a.m., that cluster of dots is where that device was. And a Google search of that location showed it was the LeBonner East Surgery Center right off of Poplar.
Is there also an oral surgery center in that area too on the map?
There may be. I cannot see it. Let me see if it's any better on. Yes, this can't really read it from here, but that's the oral and maxillological surgery center. I butchered that one pretty bad. Sorry.
Maxillofacial?
Close enough.
Close enough?
Maxillofacial.
I'll move on.
Yes.
And so that time, this is showing a big cluster of dots there, correct?
Yes.
And that's from?
That's from 8:17 to 11:02.
So during that time window, all the pings are coming back just right there in that area, we're saying.
That huge cluster, now you've got the outliers here, and that happens when your device doesn't see as many GPS satellites, so then it's not as accurate. So the more satellites you see, the more accurate the locations are going to be. So that's why you get a concentration. If the device sits somewhere for long enough, its location accuracy is just spot on.
Where does that phone go to next?
So this route overview it was a little tricky to kind of map out because we've got to start there at the oral surgery center and then around the park and then ends up down here in South Memphis off Brooks Road. No, the Brooks Road is there. It's south of Brooks Road. We're going to zoom in on that in just a second, but if we can move forward one slide. So what happened, and I manually put in that little pink line right there because the device started in that area and it moved down Poplar and then kind of went around the Shelby Farms before it got back on 240 and headed back out west. So that's why I put the little loop there, because there's no other way I could have shown that movement without playing like a video. So I added that little loop in just to show you how the device moved.
And so when you read the data on the map before you made the pink arrow, is the data telling you that what time each dot is?
Yes.
And so as you follow the time of each dot, that's the pattern it led you to.
Yes. Yes. And my software allows me to animate this, so I'm not just looking at a static map. I can click a button and drag a slider, and then I can look at each minute for each. I think I can get it down to a second, and watch how that device moves over a specified amount of time, whether it's 1 hour or 1 minute.
So it looks like the defense phone started going east down Poplar.
It did.
And it then proceeded north up to get to Humphreys Boulevard.
Yes, Humphreys Boulevard.
Then went north on Germantown.
Humphreys there, north on Germantown, then west on Walnut Grove, back to 240, and then south.
And you just took that 240 loop all the way down to the Brooks Road area?
Yes, sir.
Now, what are we looking at in this slide?
Now, this slide is actually where the device ended up at 1148, and then it was down there from 1148 to 1155, and this little street, it went up that street and back down, and then I left the pin from where the officer was taking the homicide report right there. I left it on the map just to show the proximity that at 1148 on 2-1, that device traveled down to Mark Street in the area of that where the officer was taking the homicide report.
So, on February 1st of 2022, from 11:48 a.m. to 11:55 a.m., Brandon Isabelle's device was in this area. Is that in Mark Road?
Yes. Yes, sir, it is.
It's in this area near, and there's that red flag.
That red pin.
What's that red flag?
That red pin is where the officer was sitting taking the report for the homicide.
But this is at 11:48 a.m. to 11:55 a.m.
Yes, sir. And that call out right there, that's what that box is called. That is just a little call out. That little call out box is showing that at 11:48, that's where that device was. I'm sorry, at 11:54, that device was right there about to leave the scene.
Specifically in that little turn on Mark Road.
Yes, sir.
Where did the defendant's phone go next?
So from that green triangle down near the homicide scene, it went up north, Midtown 240, North 40, and then out Interstate 40 eastbound to that the stopping area.
So going back a little bit, in the past couple slides, the phone went from this area of the surgery center on Poplar and Estate, around Shelby Farms, down to Brooks Road, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then it went on to Mark Road, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where it appeared to just turn around and go back this direction?
Yes, sir.
And is that in the Cordova area where the stop sign is? The
It
red
is.
octagon?
It is, yes.
This is in the middle, or this is kind of 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock-ish in the day.
Yes, sir. Midday. And here at 1225, the address was at an address off Rock Creek Parkway, and then it went to the Walmart Supercenter right there on Stage Road at 1239. So it started there. The address off Rock Creek comes up and moves to the Walmart.
So it went to the address off Rock Creek, and then arrived at Walmart by 12:39.
That call-out box there, is 1239, yes.
But it looks like it first went by the Rock Creek address, and it was there by around 12:25 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Where did it go next after going to the Walmart location?
When the device left the Walmart location, it did go back to this address off Rock Creek Parkway, and it was there from 1:20 p.m. to 7:10 p.m. It was there about 6 hours. And that at 7-Eleven, that device then leaves that address on Rock Creek, which of course is the start, the green triangle, and then it just heads south to an address off of Walnut Grove to the octagon there.
There at the top of the screen, there appears to be a kind of blue aqua-colored pin next to the green triangle.
Yes.
What is that?
So that pin was placed there by me in the software, and that's the address I was given that belonged to Brandon and Isabelle.
Is that the Lathbury address?
so I cannot read it on this slide right here. It is too small.
Going back to, though, looking where the stop sign was, going back one slide.
Yes.
Is that pin for the address for Brandon Isabelle in this area where the cluster of the blue dots is?
Yes. That pin was, and I removed the pin so as not to cover up the cluster right there.
Moving back forward from this route, where did he go to from the Lathbury address off Rock Creek?
So when it left that address on Rock Creek and traveled southbound, it wound up in the Walnut Hill Apartments, and it come in off Walnut Grove, headed kind of northbound, and then kind of clustered around right there from 7:24 to 7:31 that evening.
This is still February 1st,
Yes, sir.
2022, correct?
Correct.
Once it left the Rock Creek Police Department, where did the defendant's phone go?
So leaving the apartments, then down Walnut Grove to Germantown, up to Germantown to a Walmart.
Is that the Walmart there on Germantown Parkway?
It is. And the next slide here. So from 7:36 p.m. to 7:49 p.m., that device was at the Walmart Supercenter on North Germantown, right there at Germantown and Trinity. There's Trinity right there. And the device pulled in the parking lot, kind of walked through the Walmart and back down.
And then did he leave the Walmart at 7:40, or the device leaves Walmart at 7:49 p.m.?
So that call-out box right there is the device leaving the Walmart, so yes.
So that's where when we talk about 7:49 p.m., that's a 7:49 p.m. Pin.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Where did Mr. Isabelle's phone go to next?
So when that device left that Walmart, the green triangle, it drove northbound on Germantown to Rock Creek and then went back to the address off Rock Creek Parkway.
And is that the blue pen, the address you have for him on Lathbury?
Yes. Yes, it is. And then from 7:58 p.m. to 8:05, that device stayed at that address.
Did you put a green pen there in this photograph?
I did.
What's that green pen?
I changed the color of the pen and labeled it Isabelle's house.
So, Brandon Isabelle's phone went back to his house and was there from 7:58 p.m. to around 8:05 p.m. in the vicinity of his house.
Yes, sir.
So going back one slide. So at 8:05 p.m., where did Brandon Isabelle's phone leave home and go to?
So at 8:05, it left the green triangle. We're going to start there, up to Highway 64, State Road, down Interstate 40, southbound, then westbound 240, back down to an address down off Brooks Road. That's where the red octagon is.
This is the second time we're coming back today, on that same day, February 1st of 2022. His phone is coming back down to the area of Brooks Road.
Yes, sir.
Specifically, where on Brooks Road does his phone go to at 8:32 p.m.?
At 8:32 to 8:51, the device was at a Matco at East Brooks Road and East Rosetta Circle at Matco right there.
How long was the phone at the Matco?
It showed just under 20 minutes, 19 minutes.
Where did Brandon Isabelle's phone go from Matco at Brooks Road?
Oh, we see it starts here at the green triangle from the Matco down Nancana, and then it comes down, I think that is Lakeview. And then from the slideshow that I could do with the mapping, the device actually passes, and then it drives up and down Neely, and then comes back right there on Sedgwick.
So that's there, Levi and Sedgwick, right near where you have the red pen for the homicide scene?
Yes, sir.
And there's a darker cluster on Levi right before Sedgwick, correct?
Yes.
Is that the cluster we're looking at now?
That is that darker cluster of dots right there.
What time is Brandon Isabelle's phone on East Levi Road, just there next to Sedgwick, on the night of February 1st of 2022?
The device showed the location was there from 9:02 p.m. to 9:17 p.m.
In this particular photograph, do you have a certain point flagged?
So this was the time, and I thought it would show up a little bit better here, so my apologies. But that is the location hit for the 9:02 p.m.
So it shows him being there from 9:02, and that's the point for 9:02. What about the point for 9:17?
And this is the location for the 9:17 hit, right there. That little, you can't really see it. That blue circle I have highlighted yellow. It's not showing up on the presentation very well, but at 9:17, that's where it was.
And that cluster of circles we see, time-wise, they fall there between the 9:02 and the 9:17.
Yes, sir.
So Brandon Isabelle's cell phone is there on East Levi Road, just north and west of Sedgwick Street,
Yes.
from 9:02 p.m. to 9:17 p.m. on February 1st, 2022.
Yes, sir.
When does Mr. Isabelle's phone leave the area of the homicide scene?
By 9:23, the device is leaving the area of Sedgwick and East Levi, and that's the location hit right there with the call out. There's the cluster of dots we were looking at, and then that's the next hit at 9:23.
So at 9:23, this phone's going back up Lakeview Road, heading kind of northeast,
Yes, sir.
away from the scene of the homicide.
Yes, sir.
The scene where Danielle Hoyle was found shot to death, correct?
That is correct.
Where does his phone go to next?
So we start down here at the green triangle, and it heads back up onto 240, back out to Interstate 40, out to the Germantown and Stage Road area. And we have a cluster of dots right here in this parking lot from 9:44. That device is in the area of the market at Wolf Chase, from 9:44 to 10:04 p.m. on the 1st.
So from 9:44 p.m. to 10:04 p.m., he's in that little shopping center. Is that Wolf Creek Parkway?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct? And then it's right there. Is that the yellow road that's Highway 64? Is that Stage Road?
That is.
And then North Germantown Parkway is going north-south to the right of it?
Yes.
So right there in that area of town.
Right there. Yes.
What, specifically kind of where those dots are clustered, what shops are kind of in that area as a point of reference?
Back over here to the left, you've got a Target, and then there's the Fondue restaurant, and then the 511 store is there, and then the Best Buy is down here.
Does he move again, or go on the move again at 9:04 p.m.?
At 10:04, yes.
Excuse me, 10:04 p.m.
Yes.
Where does he head to?
So at this time, the device starts there at that parking lot on the Stage Road, and then goes up to the Walmart Supercenter again on the Highway 64.
So that's the Stage Road Walmart?
It is, yes.
What time is he at the Walmart on Stage Road?
From 10:05 p.m. To 10:21 p.m., that device is in the parking lot and the Walmart there on Highway 64.
So what time does he leave from the Walmart on Stage Road, Highway 64?
That call-out box right there, that's the 1021 location. So it's actually left the parking lot and is back on Highway 64 at 1021.
Where did he go from the Walmart?
So it starts here at the Walmart, down 64 to Rock Creek Parkway, back to the address off Rock Creek Parkway.
8702 Lathgrave Place North? The
8702?
Lathberry?
Yes.
The Isabelle's residence?
Yes.
What time do we first see the phone arriving back at the Isabelle's residence?
So the device showed the location time at 10:24, being back at the address, and then leaves at 10:30, and that's the location recorded when it left at 10:30. So from 10:24 to 10:30.
So it was in the vicinity of his home until 10:30, when it's here heading south on Rock Creek.
Yes, sir.
Where does this phone go to next?
But when the device leaves the Rock Creek Parkway onto Germantown, it gets onto 40, and this time it takes the north loop of 40 around, then it comes Midtown to 40, and then downtown, and it drives kind of up and down Island Drive on Mud Island before it ends right there at the end of Island Drive on Mud Island.
Is that near the boat ramp
It is, yes.
on the north end of Mud Island?
Yes.
What time does his phone put him on? Him on Mud Island?
So at 10:59, that device is showing on Island Drive on Mud Island.
Right over there by Harbor Town?
Yes, just right there.
Now, the dots here, where they go up and down, and there's a couple in the river there. Can you kind of explain what we're looking at here?
Yes, so between 11 and 11:20, the device is actually driving up and down Island Drive, back and forth, and you see that just the cluster of dots where it's overlaying, and then the dots that are hidden in the river, that's when the device is just not getting as many satellite signals as what we were seeing there on Island Drive.
But the majority of that clustering is following Island Drive, and then the road, is that North Mud Island Drive that goes kind of northeast away from the top of Mud Island?
This road here at the top, that is North Mud Island Drive, yes.
And is there a particularly darker cluster of blue dots in the corner
You can
of?
see it's dark cluster right there.
Okay, is that there at the corner of where Island Drive turns into North Mud Island Road?
It is, yes.
Is that over there by the boat ramp?
It is. And I zoomed in on that cluster, which you would see right in here. And then there was a location hit at 11:20, just outside of the laneway, right there. A device location hit at 11:20.
So specifically at 11:20, that is where Brandon Isabelle's phone GPS is saying that it is.
Yes, sir.
Now this next slide, is this basically kind of what we were just looking at, but with a Google Earth image?
It's exactly the same image. I just chose to change the overlay so I could kind of see better where that device was instead of just randomly on some pale colored location.
And to be clear, this isn't a photograph from February 1st of 2022, right?
That is not.
This is a Google Earth image from Google Earth that you're using for demonstrative purposes, correct?
Correct, yes.
So that's not what the water level looks like or the shoreline on
No,
that
sir,
day?
not at all.
So looking at this point, what is it next to in this photograph where the actual highlighted location is?
What is it next to?
Yes, can you please describe for the jury what is next to this highlighted point?
So you've got a gate blocking the drive here, and then the pedestrian walkway, and then this is the boat ramp and the boat ramp parking area here. And I have the pin dropped for boat ramp right there. I added that into the software.
Could you please point out where the Wolf River is in this photograph?
The Wolf River is here, where it enters the Mississippi River right there.
So is that the Mississippi running on the right side up and down?
Mississippi
west
River.
side up and down.
And then Wolf River there.
And what was that time again for the point that is highlighted there?
11:20 p.m. on
Okay.
2/1.
On February 1st,
February
2022? What time does Brandon Isabel's phone leave Mud Island?
At 11:27 p.m., the device is crossing the A.W. Willis Bridge, leaving Mud Island. 11:27.
Where does he go from there?
So I have the green start there near the boat ramp. It brings 240 south to 240 again and down, I think that's Neely, over to an address off of, we have to zoom, we have to move to the next slide. Here we go, yes. It rains in US Highway 51, the device winds up at a Walgreens at 11:51 p.m. So it went from downtown Memphis to this Walgreens off Rains.
And US I-51, is that Elvis Presley Boulevard?
Yes, yes, that is.
So this is that Walgreens there at Elvis Presley Boulevard and East Rains Road.
Yes, the mapping software shows it as US Highway 51, and then East Rains right there, and the Walgreens right there in the corner. Yeah,
So-
Elvis Presley and Rains.
What time is his phone first showing up near the Walgreens?
It's 11:51 p.m. was the first location hit, and the last location hit was 12:11 a.m. on the second.
And the 12:11 a.m. hit, is that the highlighted one with the box you have down at the bottom?
Yes, that is.
So where does Mr. Isabel's phone go next?
So we leave the Walgreens at Elvis Presley and Rains, and it comes down here to an address here. It's the Walmart Supercenter at Elvis Presley and Holmes Road. That's the stop, and if we could advance one slide.
So he just went south on Elvis Presley Boulevard down to the Walmart.
Yes, sir. And the device there pulls off Elvis Presley and is, so the Walmart is that box there. So it's behind the Walmart right there.
So this Walmart, the front of the store, does it face Elvis Presley Boulevard?
It does, yes.
The back of the store, is that where the cluster of dots are?
Yes.
How long, well, when does it first arrive there at the Walmart?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the classification of it arriving. We have a first data point, but that doesn't indicate when the device arrived.
I'll rephrase the question.
Thank you.
At what time is the
Sustained.
My apologies, sir.
Go ahead.
At what time does the first data point for Mr. Brandon Isabel's phone appear at Walmart?
12:15 a.m. on the second.
What about the last data point?
It was there until 12:17 a.m. It was there for 2 minutes.
Where does it go to next?
So we have the device leaving the Walmart, and then down Holmes Road, and then to an address here on Stacy Road, which is that cluster of dots there.
At what time does the first data point appear at Stacy Road?
So at 12:21, the device is showing there an address off Stacy, and leaves that address around 12:33 a.m. on the second.
So it appears the device is there at an address on Stacy Road from about 12:21 to 12:33 in the morning of the 2nd.
Yes, sir.
Where does the device go to after that?
So, again, the green triangle is the start location from the Stacy Road address, and then it takes 240 back up, eastbound 40, back to the home address for Brandon Isabelle, the 8702 Ladberry
Is that Latberry?
Place in Cordova.
What time does the first data point appear at the Latberry address?
So 1:07 a.m. is the first location hit in that data cluster right there.
And then does it go anywhere else for the time frame that you were searching?
It does not. After 1:07, once it's there at that address, it does not leave.
So it's arrived back home.
Yes, the device is back home.
Now, as we were just going through all of these, now I'm going to go back one slide. These dots pretty much trace road directions almost exactly.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct? So the GPS data on the phone, where the phone is searching it for its location to talk with the towers, that shows the accuracy of that GPS location as far as, let me rephrase the question. It follows the data as it moves down the road follows the road very, very closely, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it's
Objection deleting.
Your response,
I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor.
sustained.
How closely, if at all, does the data follow roadways?
So the accuracy was not reported out. Usually when we get cell tower information, we get accuracy in hundreds of meters. But with GPS accuracy, usually it's 9 meters, 9 to 50 meters. So it's a lot more accurate than what cell phone companies represent, which is why we went with the device locations.
Now, this slide here, what is it talking about?
So this was just a summary of what we just looked at. I mapped out the location information from that iPhone 11 Pro Max that was belonging to Brandon Isabelle, and I uploaded those locations to a web-based tool, CellHawk, to map those out so we could see them on a map instead of just looking at a bunch of numbers in a spreadsheet. Total, there were 6,622 location markers pulled out of that device for that requested time frame. And Sergeant Bledsoe used Subright Physical Analyzer version 7.63.0.126 to generate his UFDR report that I used to pull the location information from. And I used CellHawk version 8.4.23 to map it out so we can look at it.
So now, moving forward to the other work you did looking at the phones, at some point did you look at the actual other data, text messages, call logs, web data, stuff of that nature?
Yes.
Specifically, what did you look at?
So I was asked to look at the communication between Brandon Isabelle and Artesia Stewart, who was listed as wifey in Brandon Isabelle's phone. I was asked to look at the communication between Brandon Isabelle and Danielle Hoyle. And there was a FaceTime call to Danielle Hoyle that I was asked to look at. And then the Artesia Stewart device locations on February 1st from, I think, 9:30 to 11 p.m. And then the web history for Brandon Isabelle's device.
Let's talk about how did you start when you were looking at Brandon Isabelle's phone, specifically for communication with Artesia Stewart?
So the Celebrate Reader Report makes it very easy for what we call jumping points. And one of the jumping points is messages or calls, or it's a little box that you can click that will take you to that information to start looking at it. So it's very, very simple.
So here, did you filter down to communications involving a certain individual?
Yes. So from what was requested, we were looking at the communication between Brandon Isabelle and Artesia Stewart. And this is a screenshot from the UFED report that Sergeant Bledsoe created that I had. And then this is the same screenshot from the UFED report that I created for Artesia's phone. And you can see that the Apple ID used on Brandon's Isabelle's device, and then the phone number last used, the MSISDN is the phone number. And then, of course, Artesia Stewart's Gmail and the phone number there.
What was Mr. Brandon Isabel's phone number?
It's 901-340-4649.
And Ms. Artesia Stewart's phone number?
It was 901-896-5848.
And you're actually able to get this information from the phone itself?
Yes.
It knows the phone number is assigned to it?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
This is just the contact information. On the left here, we've got Brandon Isabelle's contact information for Artesia Stewart. There's the contact picture that he would see in his device, and then the name, and then there's the phone number for that contact. And then on the right side, we have all the contacts for that phone number that she had listed for Brandon. She had 34 different contact names for Brandon in her phone.
So the left side, that's Brandon's phone.
That is from Brandon's here.
Okay.
And this one's from Artesia.
So what was the contact name for Artesia and Brandon's phone?
A contact name was Wifey for Artesia in his phone.
Is that followed by a few different emojis?
Yes.
And then in Artesia's phone, you mentioned there were numerous different contact names that have been used at some point in time for Brandon Isabelle, correct?
That is correct.
What were some examples?
This top one you can't really see. It's kind of blurry, but that says My Love. Then you got City Boy Brandon. She's got Brandon right there. And then she just has his phone number listed there.
Do any of those include the name Puddin?
The Puddin is right there. Yes.
Did you look at whether there were any calls between Brandon Isabelle and Artesia Stewart, who in his phone appears as Wifey, on the dates of February 1st of 2022 and February 2nd of 2022?
I did. And I looked at that from Artesia's contact information from Brandon Isabelle's device. And we had 5 incoming calls, and you can see them listed as from. It's not listed, I'm sorry. It's an icon. So there's 3 outgoing, 2, and then the from is the blue icons, and the outgoing is the green icon, the arrow pointing in or the arrow pointing out.
So blue arrows pointing in towards the phone, incoming.
Incoming, yes.
Green arrows pointing out from the phone, outgoing.
Outgoing, yes.
Now, looking at this, that's the same phone number along the column, correct? Where it might change to, from,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Is it the same name that it keeps appearing to the right of the phone number?
The name changes from Wifey to Tiffany Purcell.
What does that mean when the name changes?
That the owner changed the contact name.
So at some point in time, and is that reflected chronologically in a call log?
Yes.
So, for example, if the phone contact was labeled Tiffany Purcell up until sometime before 10:19 and 34 seconds a.m. and 10:09:56 a.m. There was a change at some point in time?
Yes. So the calls, the phone looks at the contact database. It doesn't remember it. So every call you make, it looks back at the contact database and pulls that information from it. So if you make the change in your contact database, change the name or add an emoji and add an icon, change the picture, the phone always reaches back to the contact database to pull that so you have the most up-to-date information that you see.
And so this is looking at Brandon Isabel's phone, correct?
Correct.
What about Artesia Stewart's device?
So I did the same evaluation from Artesia's phone, and there's 3 incoming calls from, and then 6 outgoing calls to.
Now, do you have an arrow pointing to a specific call at 10:19:07 a.m. on February 1st, 2022, correct?
Yes.
What's the significance of that arrow?
That call is not in Brandon Isabel's phone. We only saw the number of calls from his, 5 incoming to 3 outgoing, and now we're looking at 3 incoming to 6 outgoing. So that call was missing from Brandon's phone.
And what does Artesia Stewart have Brandon's contact name in her phone as during this time window?
It's pulling Isabelle, Brandon.
Did you also look at, and actually, let me move back, put a pin in that for 1 second. When you looked at call logs, did you also look at a complete call log involving all incoming, outgoing phone calls from Brandon Isabel's phone from the time from February 1st, 2022 at 7:16:35 a.m. to February 2nd, 2022 until 4:32:13 a.m.?
Correct. Yes, I did.
May I ask an object witness?
An object for your document?
Documents, Your Honor.
Okay.
Special Agent Garner, do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is another report generated from the UFDR report, just from the call logs from that.
And so that shows all the calls in the log on Brandon Isabel's device during that time window.
Yes.
Here, this time I ask that the call log be entered into evidence as States Exhibit 117. Did you also look at text messages between Brandon Isabelle and Artesia Stewart?
Yes, I did.
Here, your slide notes from February 1st, February 2nd, 2022. Did you also look at text messages from the window of January 30th, 2022 through February 2nd, 2022?
Yes, sir.
You are requesting permission to pass the document to the witness.
Okay.
Special Agent Garner, do you recognize that document that's been passed to you?
Yes. This is a kind of a specialized report, and I say that all it is was between 2 persons from the entire phone, between Brandon Isabelle and Artesia Stewart. It's just a report of their conversations on the phone.
Your Honor, this time state has to be marked as exhibit number 118.
Mayor, may we break?
Sure. Anybody need a break? I'm gonna let them break, because we don't know how long this is gonna take, am I right?
Choose a few, leave your notebook.
All right, it is 3:09, can I see you back? 3:20? Thank you. No discussions, no talking? Special ed, all right, you are free to step down. You're not discussing, no, you want.
Yes, ma'am.
You are still on. Oh.
I'll stay there.
Thank you. You still want to approach, or since they're out?
Since they're out, we can do it from here. Your Honor, I would just
Wait.
object to the
Wait.
admission.
Wait. Yeah, I think we're on water.
Yeah. I'm going to steal a little bit of that, though. Well, sound like there's something in
I
it.
have to hear the door before I leave. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I would object to the admission of every text message. Not all of these are relevant. They're not even all from the relevant time frame. I would just ask, unless there can be an offer of proof to show the relevance of all of these text messages, that number one, they're hearsay. Ms. Stewart was not confronted with every single one of those to lay the basis for her to identify them and say that they were hers. But also, not all of these are relevant.
Your response?
Your Honor, the state would say that, submit that they are relevant from the date window of January 30th of 2021, which is the day before the birth of Kennedy Hoyle. There's been testimony about, I'm sorry, it's 2022, I said 2021, excuse me, January 30th of 2022. There's been testimony about the relationship between Artesia and the defendant, Brandon Isabelle, and specifically about the time, the days leading up before the birth of Kennedy and the status of their relationship. The defense counsel introduced copies of text messages between Artesia and the defendant on her cross that are approximately around that time period, even before. They go back to Christmas before that. The state is asking to put in text messages from the day before the birth of Kennedy Hoyle to which would be the January 30th of 2022 until February 2nd of 2022, which is the culmination of this investigation as far as the defendant's statement and things of that nature. They are absolutely relevant, Your Honor, and they're confined specifically to, the state would submit that they're absolutely relevant, Your Honor, the state, and we confine them to the specific dates, which is a smaller area of time than what the defense has already submitted into evidence. The state would also argue that the rule of completeness kind of applies a little bit in that one of the text messages that has been entered as exhibit, is that one right there? Exhibit 82 by the defense is from January 31st of 2022 at 3:48:06 a.m. But furthermore, Your Honor, besides from the issues of relevance and the rule of completeness, the state would also note that they are properly authenticated. They've been introduced by an expert witness who is an expert in digital forensics. He has testified about how these were extracted and found using Celebrite and Gray Key, something that he is qualified and certified in. And specifically, the state would point to State of Tennessee versus Wells, which is a 2024 Court of Criminal Appeals decision. It is docket number E2003-00516-CCA-R3-CD, specifically looking to page, please give me here in 1 second. Authentication is on page 20 of that opinion, and it runs through page 24, where it talks specifically about in a case that was a domestic violence homicide where involving a deceased girlfriend and another girlfriend who was also involved in the situation as a third party. Text messages were entered into evidence from both of them, the deceased girlfriend, who is the victim, as well as the other girlfriend. And the text messages were authenticated by a Cellbrite certified individual, such as Special Agent Gardner is here, and the Court of Appeals found that that was appropriate and cited two numerous opinions from here in Tennessee that shows that that authentication is sufficient. That's a sufficient authentication under the law in the state of Tennessee. Now, specifically as to any type of hearsay, the state of Tennessee is seeking to introduce this for non-hearsay purposes. It's to fill a contextual void. The state would also cite the state of Tennessee versus Wells, that same citation given earlier, specifically to beginning at page number 24 and going through page number 35. Here, Your Honor, the text messages from the respondent to the defendant. So the text messages from the defendant himself are statements against interest, or statements by the defendant. The responses by the other party are there to fill a contextual void. Without them, a one-sided conversation does not make any sense. They're being submitted for a non-hearsay purpose, not to show that whatever that individual said, in this case, either Artesia Stewart or Danielle Hoyle, said was, in fact, the truth of the matter asserted, but to give context to what the defendant says each time. Now, as to the confrontation clause, Your Honor, with regard to Ms. Stewart was questioned on cross-examination about text messages, in that the defendant introduced text messages and asked her about specific ones. But here, they're not coming in for hearsay, they're coming in for the proof of the matter asserted. They're there to provide to fill a contextual void as to the defendant's statements themselves. And without them, they would not make any sense. The Court of Criminal Appeals in State versus Wells found that in that instance, the statements made by the two different girlfriends and the text message they had with the defendant, the trial court properly allowed them in as filling a contextual void for non-hearsay purposes. The court instructed the jury that they were to only look at the responses from the person speaking with the defendant in the text message exchange as there to give context to the defendant's statements, not for this truth of the matter asserted in the victim's statements or in the Artesia's or Danielle's statements themselves, but to give context. The Court of Appeals found that the court did not err in allowing the text messages in, and that it was first properly authenticated, but then also it was correctly introduced. It was not an error. The state of Tennessee would ask that this court follow the decision in State versus Wells and allow the introduction of both sets of text messages.
Your Honor, I would just submit that a significant difference between the text messages that we had heard with Ms. Stewart on the stand and these text messages now are that Ms. Stewart was on the stand to read it and say, yes, I sent that message. Yes, I received that message. Whereas with all of these, we don't have a person to do that. And with all of these, we don't have, number one, we don't have a finding that every one of these is relevant to anything, whether that be context or otherwise, most certainly not an issue before the jury. We don't have any authentication from a person who was a party to say, yes, I sent that or I received that. We don't have the ability to cross-examine about every single one of these text messages. The sheer volume is, in and of itself, probably going to be confusing for the jury in trying to get back there if they're supposed to look through every single exhibit. You know, being able to siphon through 355 pages of text messages that do not have anything to do with what happened out at Levi and Sedgwick or on Mud Island. Your Honor, I would just submit that these have questionable relevance. They are hearsay. They have not been properly authenticated by a person sending or receiving them, and that they are in violation of the confrontation clause.
The state would just briefly note that as far as authentication goes, they have been pulled from a device that belonged to the defendant by a person who is qualified in using Cellbrite and Gray Key. The court heard earlier testimony about his credentials. State versus Wells, as well as other cases, note that that is sufficient authentication. Other cases include State versus Robert L. Cody, Criminal Court of Appeals, December 28, 2026, where the citation notes that police officer testified about his training and certification in using Cellbrite technology, his extraction of data from a cell phone, in the present case, and his identification of the extraction reports. And that's a note where the court, it's a citation to the point the court has made that this court has held that Cellbrite data was properly authenticated in cases which involve similar foundational testimony as that received in the present case. It goes on to cite other numerous cases in this opinion, Your Honor, that it's the uniqueness of the extraction from a phone that allows for authentication here, Your Honor. It's showing that these were communications between two devices, between the defendant's device and between Archisa Stewart's device, and vice versa. Your Honor, as to that is sufficient authentication, state would submit that is sufficient authentication under Tennessee law. As to the issues of hearsay, it does go to show motive, state of mind, intent. It shows the defendant's state of mind at the time surrounding the homicide. It adds context to what he was doing, potentially gives jury context as to what his state of mind may have been. The state would also further note that prior to this trial, and these were provided in discovery a while back, but prior to this trial, this was given to defense as a potential exhibit. So that way defense could have a chance to take a look at it, and we could talk about any objections that were had.
That was going to be my next question, because you bring up the volume of the text. You received these well before trial, because this is not Mr. Isabelle's first setting, correct?
I received this set on Friday.
The state would note that this set comes from a phone extraction that you received over a year ago, and that they have an expert specifically hired to review cases as well. The state highlighted specific date ranges.
Second, you're not offering this for the purposes of a hearsay issue. You're offering this not to prove the truth of the matter asserted, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
You've had these documents, and now he's trying to enter them. May I see? The relevant time period is January 31st, which I believe the testimony has shown that there was some sort of interaction between Ms. Stewart and Mr. Isabelle at a local park. That was the beginning of the life of Kennedy, January 31st, 2022. And you're asking to enter from January 31st, 2022 to February 2nd, 2022. At what time?
I think the text messages end at 4 a.m., 2 a.m., I don't recall off the top of my head.
Not my business.
But I think it does start on the 30th, not the 31st, just for the point of the record. It's
So, what causes me pause is what's contained in these, because there was a state of mind issue, and there was I believe Mr. Massey on cross was speaking to Ms. Stewart about the nature of the relationship, the fact that they wanted to be married, what was happening in that date and that time surrounding this incident, even after she left the second Dixie Queen and showed up at her house, and how anxious he was when he jumped in the car. He talked about, Mr. Massey specifically brought up, was it Exhibit 82? Yeah. Exhibit 82 was the text, and Mr. Massey showed the first green portion, and in the state of Tennessee on redirect brought up the blue portion that said did she say just take care of your kids, Brandon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. See, I was paying attention. I think, and what I took from Mr. Massey's cross of Miss Stewart was his attempt successfully to show that this was a loving, meaningful relationship to all involved, whether it be cookie wifey or putting my husband as listed. I'm allowing these text messages in. I think they are properly authenticated by someone that we've already qualified as an expert, given his AA, BA, and the master's, and your 5 weeks of training, not to mention your NCFI history, correct? I'll allow it. Recess.
Go stand to recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you step to the rest of the
Back to work.
Special Agent Garner, before the break, we were talking about the text messages between Brandon Isabelle and Artesia Stewart.
Yes.
This next slide is this. What are we looking at here?
This just shows that the conversation participants being wifey, very difficult to see right there, but wifey and Brandon Isabelle.
Is it kind of an example of how the text conversation looks out when they're printed out or on the screen and Celebrate?
This is exactly what we see when we're looking at Celebrate in what's called the conversation view. So you can see one party on the left, which is wifey, and then the second party on the right, which is the Brandon Isabelle.
So here, the bubbles are two different colors, right? Blue and green.
Yes.
On the printed copies that you were just looking at, are they also that blue and green?
Yes.
When looking at these conversations, who's blue and who's green?
In this one, Artesia Stewart is blue, and Brandon Isabelle is in green.
So these are messages from Brandon Isabelle's phone to Artesia Stewart's phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So his are green on the right-hand side, hers are blue on the left-hand side.
Yes.
Now, going back to the call log, did you notice any phone calls with Danielle Hoyle in Brandon Stewart's call log?
I did not.
Did you notice any type of audio or video communications?
There was a FaceTime call to Danielle.
When was that FaceTime call?
That FaceTime call was at February 1st, 2022 at 10:02 and 57 seconds in the evening.
So going back and looking at the call log, is that the only voice or video communication via phone or FaceTime that appears from February 1st to February 2nd of 2022 between him and Danielle?
Yes, it is.
And the time of this FaceTime call was at 10:02 and 57 seconds p.m. on the 1st?
Yes, sir.
Where was Brandon Isabelle's phone at that time?
Looking at the significant locations, you've got 10:02 and 52 seconds and 10:02 and 59 seconds. Those are the two that I have highlighted, which puts those location points on this map so that the device was sitting in the parking lot there at Wolf Creek Lane and Wolf Creek Parkway.
So this is after his phone has left Levi and Sedgwick.
That's correct.
In the evening, the second time it
Yes.
went to that area of town on
Yes,
the
sir.
1st. After this, does his phone then go to Walmart?
The device leaves that location and goes to Walmart, correct.
Then after that, it goes to his house?
That's correct.
Then after that, it goes to Mud Isle?
Yes.
Did you also look at message communications between Brandon, Isabelle, and Danielle Hoyle?
I did, yes.
What type of message communications were there on his phone between him and Danielle?
There were Facebook messages and what's called native messaging, so it's iPhone to iPhone, it'd be the iMessage.
Is that what we colloquially would call text messages?
Yes,
But in this case, probably iMessages.
yes, that's correct.
You are requesting permission to pass a document to the witness.
Go ahead, please.
Special Agent Michael Garner, you've been passed a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
So this is another specialized report from the Cellbrite Reader Report, and it just contains the conversations from the Facebook Messenger and the native messaging that we just spoke about. So.
Now, the Facebook, let me back up. This time our state asked it to be marked as exhibit number 119.
Hearing no objection.
No objection.
Thank you.
And if you could pass that back to the witness, please. Now, same thing kind of as we were talking about before with the color of the different text bubbles. Blue on the left, that's going to be Danielle, the person receiving the text from the defendant and sending text to the defendant. And green on the right, that's going to be Brandon Isabelle's phone?
Correct, yes.
Okay. That's it. 1 second. Now, looking at the Facebook Messenger messages, which is, I think it's the first page of Exhibit 119. When do the Facebook Messenger messages begin?
You can see the date and timestamp on that message. It's 2/1/2022, 11:39 and 53 seconds p.m.
So this is at February 1st, 2022 at 11:39 p.m. and 53 seconds Memphis time.
Yes, sir.
Were there messages available on Facebook Messenger between Brandon Isabelle and Danielle on his phone before that message?
No.
And Special Agent Garner, would you please, we'll read these messages. If you will read the defendant's portion, and I will read Danielle's portion.
Okay. Yeah,
We'll start there at the first one.
So it says, N-word, I got ways to text you. Either stop playing or wake up and text me back. Show me Kennedy, and I'm going to get her tomorrow night if that's cool with you, since I'm off Thursday.
When was the next message sent?
The next message is the next day, 2/2/2022, and see it right there at 12:02 and 21 seconds a.m. So midnight, a little after midnight. And that message, well, good night, dude. Give her a kiss from me. Just miss her. And that's it. Love y'all.
Now, thinking back to the maps and location data, on February 2nd, 2022, at 12:02 and 21 seconds, Brandon Isabelle's phone was at the Walgreens at Raines and Elvis Presley Boulevard, correct?
That's correct.
That's after leaving the area of Levi and Sedgwick, correct?
Yes.
Going to the area near the shopping center across from the Walmart, correct?
That's right.
Then to Walmart.
Then to Walmart.
Back to his home, correct?
Yes.
To Mud Island.
Yes.
And then to Walgreens, correct?
That's correct.
Now, this next message is from Danielle's Facebook page, correct? Or Messenger profile.
Yes.
And that's at February 2nd, 2022 at 12:12 and 50 seconds, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that says, we looking for Danielle and the baby, correct?
Yes. And at 12:13 and 20 seconds a.m., he replied, huh? What? Who is this? Then 12:13, 55 seconds, 3 question marks, and 12:14:07. Can y'all stop playing?
And then at 12:15, 56 seconds on the second, from Danielle's account, it states, "This her brother, call my phone, 338-2899, correct?
That's right.
What does Mr. Isabelle say in response?
Finna send my address. I'm about to head home." And then he sent, and that was at 12:32 a.m. on 2/2. And then at 12:38 and 46 seconds, he sent 8702 Lathbury Place North.
And that's the end of the Facebook Messenger messages that were available on the defendant's phone, correct?
That is correct.
There were also native or text messages available on the phone too,
Yes.
correct, between him and Danielle? Direct your attention to February 1st in the morning. All right, so going to page 28, the second blue bubble beginning at February 1st at 8:10 a.m. and 30 seconds. Danielle texted Brandon Isabelle, correct?
That's correct.
And she stated, "She peed on the nurse, glad it was them and not me." What did Mr. Isabelle say in response?
At 8:20 and 56 seconds on that same day, he replied, "Tough."
Then at 8:22:36, Danielle says, "IKR, I know, right? You okay?"
At 8:23, he replied, "Yeah."
At 8:23:53 seconds, Danielle said, "Okay, ... Happy birthday again, little dude."
And at 8:26 and 11 seconds, he replied, "Thank you."
At 8:29:27 seconds, Danielle, "I love you. Thank you for being here, Brandon."
And at 8:30, 5 seconds, he said, "No problem." And then 8:30 and 20 seconds, he said, "Thanks for being understanding."
At 8:31:34, Danielle texted, "You okay?"
And at 10:27 a.m., he said, "How's she doing?"
At 10:29:53 seconds, Danielle said, "She been asleep still. I'm gonna wake her up in a few."
And at 10:30 and 5 seconds, he said, "Oh, okay."
At 10:24 seconds, she said, "How's Kingston?"
And at 10:30 and 38 seconds, he said, "He good, in recovery right now."
At 10:31 and 8 seconds, "Ah, okay, long as he's good." At 10:54 seconds, Danielle texted, "She waking up now, can I give her a bath?"
And in immediate response, 10:53:54, "Okay." And then at 11:21 and 20 seconds, he loved an image.
Now, pausing here for a second. What does it mean when you see loved an image in a text message like that?
So with iMessage and RSC and Android, when you get an image or a text message in that you can respond to, you can press and hold that image, and it brings up icons, emojis that you can select and kind of as a quick reply to a message, and that's what we see right here.
So is that kind of like the heart emoji, the thumbs up emoji, the thumbs down, exclamation points?
Yes, sir.
That you people see responding to messages with in text?
Yes, sir.
On an iPhone? So when you see loved an image, but there's no images in this chain of messages, what does that mean to you?
There was a picture here that's been deleted.
So,
Objection, Your Honor. I can handle it across them.
let's talk about when someone puts a like or a love on an image or a text message. When they do that, what happens inside the phone as far as the data of the phone?
So the database inside the phone records each interaction, and it's called, each transaction is given what's called a row ID. And it's just like an Excel spreadsheet or ruled paper, and each number is used one time. And if that transaction is removed or deleted, that number is deleted, but that number is never reused. So in that database, you will see row IDs, and if there's something that's been removed, the row ID will not be sequential. It will jump around. And it will be ever increasing, but it will never, if there's something removed, it won't be sequential. It won't be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 3, 5, 7. So what numbers removed.
It's possible to delete like a text or a picture from just the user's end of a phone, correct?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Can you delete one of the emoticons like this where you like an image or love an image or emphasize an image on the user-facing end of the phone?
So on the user-facing, when you remove the image or whatever was reacted to, it appears that the emoticon or the reaction is removed as well, but in the database, it is not. Only the initial transaction is removed. So the supplemental, or the like, is still there, which is why we can see it when we do our extractions, because it's reading that row ID line by line. So whatever was loved is no longer in the database. So, but the database still shows that something was loved.
And that loved an image, what time is that showing on the phone?
That's at 11:21 and 21 seconds on February 1st.
And then going on to the next page, is that another of the same things, but it loved an image?
Yes, 11:21 and 24 seconds. And then it skips to 6:34 p.m., 39 seconds. Says, y'all straight?
At 6:36 and 2 seconds, Danielle texted, I'm going to go get her medicine. They just called, said it's ready.
And at 6:36, 19 seconds, you replied, what medicine?
At 6:44 and 23 seconds, they said she got low iron.
And at 6:51 and 46 seconds, says, okay, take care of that. Is this because you was low?
At 6:56 and 23 seconds, yeah, both of us taking it.
And 66 and 32 seconds, okay, good.
At 7:02 and 35 seconds, yep, WIDing, what are you doing?
Then at 9:24 and 24 seconds p.m. says, hey, what Kennedy doing?
So let's pause there. 9:24 and 24 seconds on February 1st, 2022. Where was Brandon Isabelle's phone?
The device was leaving the area of Sedgwick and Levi.
Leaving the area of Sedgwick and Levi after having been there on that street for the second time that day, correct?
Yes.
And it's leaving from Sedgwick and Levi to go to the shopping center near the Walmart by Stage Road.
That's correct.
And then from that parking lot, that's where the FaceTime call was made from, correct?
At 10:02 p.m., yes, sir. And then at 9:36 and 48 seconds, he sends 3 question marks. And then at 9:51:19, said, "Guess you didn't talk to me then, or you sleep. Well, good night. Kiss her for me." Then at 10:04 and 35 seconds p.m., said, "Well, I tried to FaceTime you to see her. Just ain't seen her since this morning. Just call me when y'all wake up, I guess." And then 10:17:59 that evening, "Why not? My stuff ain't going through. Dude, what is she doing?" And then 11:11 and 40 seconds, "Send me a pic of her."
At 11:11 and 40 seconds, where is Brandon Isabelle's phone?
It's on Mud Island. And then at 12:02:49 on February 2nd, 2022. "Well, good night, dude. Give her a kiss for me. Just miss her. That's all. Love y'all."
12:02 and 49 seconds. Is that while he's at the Walgreens at Elvis Presley and Reigns?
Yes.
Did you also look at device locations for Artesia Stewart's phone?
Yes. I did the same thing with Artesia's phone that I did with Brandon Isabelle's phone. So I extracted the location, the significant locations information from that. I uploaded it into CellHawk to be able to map it out. And I did it from 9:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. on February 1st, 2022.
What does that data show you?
So this is the route overview. The green triangle is where the device started. It heads northbound to north downtown Memphis to the red octagon there.
So looking at 9:30 p.m., where is Artesia's phone?
So from 9:30 p.m. to 10:03 p.m., the device was at an address on Stacy Road, right here, just north of of Pickett Road, and just east of Neely, Pickett Neely. And there were 84 locations that were mapped at that time.
And in this version, it looks like the points are the actual timestamps that are written on in the place of the points.
Yes.
So at 10:03 p.m., what direction did Artesia Stewart's device go?
So at 10:03, the device heads from South Memphis to the north part of downtown Memphis, to an address on North 2nd Street.
And so how long is it traveling for?
From 10:03 to 10:28, so 25 minutes.
Let's go back one slide. There's a red flag there in the middle, or kind of in the lower 1/3 of the pink box. What is that red flag?
That pin, that's from the earlier mapping of the Brandon and Isabel's phone, that's the homicide scene.
And so that's Levi and Sedgwick?
That is, yes.
During this time window, does her phone go to Levi and the area of Levi and Sedgwick?
It does not.
So at 10:03, because it's going back one more slide. At 9:30 to 10:03, it's at the house on Stacy, correct?
That's correct.
From 10:03 to 10:28, it's on the move north towards 2nd Street, you stated?
Yes, sir.
What time does it arrive, and where does it arrive?
And I have that call-out button right there to show it at 10:28. That device arrives in the area of the North 2nd Street, and it was there from 10:28 to 11:27 p.m. And you've got 25 location hits right there.
So it's there for approximately an hour.
Yes.
Looking down kind of at the path at which it came, kind of looking bottom middle, where it turns on to 2nd Street, is that Chelsea it's coming off of?
No, that is North 2nd Street, and that intersection, that, I don't know, I can't see the street name. It's obscured.
But it's there on North 2nd, close to, is that Brickford to the north?
That is Brickford right there to the north of it, yes.
And the device stays at that location until 11:27 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you also look at browser history or web history for Brandon Isabel's device?
I did, yes.
So explain kind of how browser history works on a mobile device.
So just like the database for text messages and calls, the web browsers each have their own database. So whether you're using Chrome or Safari or Opera or Firefox, whatever, they each have their own isolated database. And we can use our software to kind of what's called parse out that database and read it and make it human readable. And for this one, it was the Safari database history. I have that right there. So we used the history.db from the Safari.
Which is that Apple's browser that comes preloaded on
Yes.
iPhones?
That is Apple's native browser.
Now, can you delete browsing history on a phone?
Yes.
Can you sometimes still see history, browsing history that's been deleted on a phone?
Yes, it would depend. So a lot of what phones do to operate very smoothly, they use what's called write-ahead logs, WALs, and journaling. All that is that phone is writing information to a faster piece of the memory so that you can get instantaneous results to what you're looking for. And when the phone kind of slows down or has a minute to breathe, it then writes those transactions to long-term storage, which is that database right there, that history.db. So there are write-ahead logs, and oftentimes write-ahead logs will contain information in them that have been deleted from the actual database itself. So yes, there are times that you can receive or view history that's been deleted from the database because they're in the write-ahead logs. And there's actually an event called wear leveling where the device will manage its storage to make sure that you get the best bang for your buck, the longest usage out of it without having bad sectors and corrupt memory. And this actually moves the data around on your phone without you interfacing with it at all. And that actually leaves crumbs of that data in other areas. Our software can read that as well.
So the software can pull together these artifacts.
Yes.
And put it together in a way that you can read it.
Yes.
And celebrate.
Yes.
Your request permission to pass the document to the witness. Special Agent Garner, do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is another report run from the UFDR. It just contains the web history from Brandon and Isabel's phone.
Now, we'll pause for a second. Your Honor, this time requesting it be marked as exhibit number 120.
Yes, sir.
And then for you pass back to the witness, please. Now, when you looked at Mr. Brandon and Isabel's search history, did it show whether any of the search or browsing history had been deleted?
Yes,
How much of it had been deleted?
all of it had been deleted.
Were there items recovered?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to the first 3 browsing history entries as they appear on the list. And it might be difficult to read from there. I'm going to launch it on the laptop. I'm requesting permission to publish.
Go ahead, please.
What is item 1?
Item 1 was a website that was visited. The title of it was, "Can all bullets be traced back to exact gun that fired them?" And the website that was queried was Quora.
When was the last date and time that was visited?
That was last visited, it's column right here, on January 30th, 2022 at 5:42 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time.
Was that piece of browser history deleted?
Yes. And the software will actually tell us, just in red, was it deleted? Yes.
What about number 2?
Number 2, the title was, can you tell what gun a bullet came from? And that was a Google search.
Going back to your PowerPoint, what is this that we're looking at here?
So I took that second column, that URL, and I wanted to kind of break it down so we can know kind of how Google searches work. So what you've got here is the query, the Q, and then can you tell what gun a bullet came from? From Safari. But what you've got right here, that OQ, that's what's called the original query. That's what was actually typed. The query is what Google kind of autofill for you. You know, when you start typing, Google starts suggesting. So what was actually queried was, can you, OU, tell what bullet? And from that, Google gave us, can you, or not gave us, but suggested, hey, search this. Can you tell what gun a bullet came from? From that, from what was typed right here to what was actually searched right there.
And is this kind of the same thing that you were just explaining?
Yes. So the original query is what was typed into the search bar by the user, and then the query is what was filled in by Google and then searched.
So going back to here, looking at entry number 1, is that a Google search?
No, that is that's a website that he directed to from the Google search.
So a Google, and when we look at these, is number 1 the most recent in time or oldest in time?
That would be the most recent in time, and then we're descending in time.
So we're going back each time with
Yes.
each number.
5:42, 54 seconds, 5:42 and 30 seconds. So we're going backwards.
So the search query starts with number 3, correct?
Yes.
Goes to number 2, correct?
Yes.
And then number 3, that is a link that he clicked on to go to that web page.
Yes.
And the title of the page. Now, where do you see that on your browser when you're looking at a website?
So when you open up a browser, you have the tabs at the top because everybody's tab browsing now. The title of the web page is actually in the tab of that browser, and that's what would be displayed in the tab of that browser.
So on January 30th of 2022 at 5:42 and 30 seconds p.m., Isabelle's phone Googled the operator of that phone. Can you tell what bullet a gun came from?
Yes.
And then whoever was operating that phone clicked on the link to a web page titled, "Can all bullets be traced back to the exact gun that fired them?"
That's correct.
Going back just slightly before in the history, what was searched at 5:42 and 29 seconds p.m. on the same day, January 30th, 2022?
You can see the query right there, NBA games today, on the Safari browser. And that's what we get right there, NBA games today, Google search.
So going from NBA games today to can you tell what gun a bullet came from, what's the time difference between those two queries?
They are right after each other, 5:42:29 and then 5:42:29.
So it appears that the query, whoever was operating the phone went straight from querying about NBA games today to can you tell what gun a bullet comes from?
Yes, sir.
Going back just slightly further, January 30th, 2022 at 12:14 and 18 seconds a.m., what web page is Mr. Isabelle's phone on?
We're on the jared.com webpage, and it's actually at the cart of that webpage. You see the cart page for Jared.
Jared.com as in the jeweler?
Yes.
And as we scroll down, is this more web queries on jared.com?
Yes, and you can see the personalized.jared.com. So those are pages within the jared.com domain. And the title, Wedding Rings, Watches, Diamonds, and More. Jared, the Gallery of Jewelry.
Directing your attention to number 39. What do we see there?
We've landed on a page that's jared.com/120 CTTW diamond colored stone couples ring.
When was he visiting a page with
It
that
says,
URL?
January 30th, 2022 at 12:11 and 57 seconds a.m.
So the queries and web page visits to Jared, searching for what NBA games are on today, and can you tell what bullet a gun comes from? All that on January 30th of 2022.
Yes, sir.
Stable passive limits.
Please approach. Pardon me. Wake up. Anyone. You've heard this so many times before. I mean, you get so excited when I say it. Now it seems like we're at a good breaking point. Go enjoy your evening. Right? No discussion of anything we learned today. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy. We're going to do a modified schedule tomorrow. For those of you who like to sleep in, you'll get an extra hour. Just one extra hour. Just one. So the quicker I get you in, the quicker I can get you out. So I'm thinking we start at 10. I need you in the box at 10. And then we'll end by 4 so you can catch whatever sport. Okay? You're confused? I don't know. Sport. So, enjoy. Dinner will be served shortly. I should have told you to find a gym friend. I'm sorry. What is... Caroline, where's Johnson? To help the people. All right, so you heard my directives. I need you all in the building no later than 9:30. I want you at this table no later than 9:35. I want them in that box at 10, and we get to work. We push through. You want Sunday off, you're going to have to earn it. Okay? We are adjourned.
All rise. This court is now adjourned to 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.